4 o'clock, and I think we're going to begin on time. So I thank all of you for being here. This is an important day where hopefully we're going to make important decisions. And we'll begin the process by a Pledge of Allegiance. And Luis, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? I think we have a quorum, but for the record, why don't you call the roll?
Yes, sir. Mr. Fernandez-Guzman.
Here.
Mr. Gonzalez.
Here.
Ms. Gutierrez. Here. Mr. Evia. Mr. Holland. Mr. Lasarte. Mr. Martinez. Mr. Pego. Mr. Sanabria. Mr. Rodriguez Pina. Mr. Wortman.
Here.
Vice Chair Fano. Here. Chair Ferre.
Here.
Yes, sir, we do.
Pam, declaration of voting conflicts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At this time, if any of the members have any voting conflicts in relation to the agenda today, if you would state those for the record. None shown, Mr. Chair.
All right. So now we go to citizens' comments, but of course this is a public hearing, so we will move the citizens' comments to the public hearing. I'd like to just take the prerogative of the chair to thank all of you for being here, and I'll have some statements about the public hearing in a moment. But I want to take special mention of Mr. Carlos Fernandez Guzman, who broke his leg?
His
ankle. Well, that's worse. Broke his ankle yesterday and is here. And it shows you his dedication to public service, and I think that's a tradition, by the way, that I think we're all very proud of, and I've been a part of that in the past here too. Thank you. Now we have item number 2, which is the approval of the summary minutes of the board meeting of February 26th.
I'll move them. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion on item 2? All those in favor of the approval say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, so it passes unanimously. Executive Director's report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, board members. The report will be short since it was a short month. I wanted to update you on a couple of issues. The first one is the status of the centralized customer service center. As I've mentioned in previous reports, the 4 major tolling agencies in Florida are working together to develop a centralized customer service center. The goal is to have one invoice to the customer that uses the expressway system that has tolls on it, whether you're in Tampa, Orlando, Miami, or Florida's Turnpike. There is an industry workshop that's being planned for April 30th in Tampa, and we are planning a release of a request for proposals in the fall of 2013. As that information is more solidified, I will be announcing it to the board members, posting it on our website in conjunction with the other toll agencies. The goal is to award a contract in the beginning of 2014. The second update that I want to give the board members has to do with national interoperability. MAP 21, the Federal Highway Bill, calls for national interoperability by 2016. And all of the toll agencies around the country are working towards national interoperability. What that means, it means that if you have a SunPass, or if you have an Easy Pass, or a Texas toll tag, if you have some sort of a device of tolling, that you'd be able to drive between states, among states, and not have to worry about having another transponder. A progress report developed by the group that is looking at national interoperability, and once it's published, it's going to be an update to Congress. Once it's published, I will distribute it to the board members and post it on our website. More immediate to MDX is the move of Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, Louisiana, Texas, and Oklahoma working together for regional interoperability so that you can drive amongst the states much sooner before waiting for national interoperability. Steve Andriuk this past week participated on my behalf at a sunshine meeting with County Commissioners Sally Heyman and Audrey Edmondson to talk about SunPass conversions on the Venetian Causeway. And basically our role was just to provide technical assistance, technical advice. We work closely with the county's toll division, and we've been working closely on that conversion over the last few years. As to our projects, as I stated last month, 874 continues. The widening on the 874 between Kendall Drive and the Palmetto continues on budget and on schedule. It is scheduled for completion in November of 2013. Central Boulevard, which is the entrance to the airport, is on schedule, and it is scheduled for completion and opening in October of 2013. Now, with the transition to the new airport director, we will be meeting him soon and ensuring that coordination continues with the new director. As to the busway project, the US 1 busway project, there are 2 community meetings scheduled this week on the 20th and 21st. And again, there are community meetings leading us towards the alternative the Tier 2 alternatives workshop. And Mr. Chair, that concludes my report. I'll leave the rest of the remarks for the public hearing.
I might just add tangentially to your report by saying that as your chair, I have now concluded meeting with every single one of the 13 members of the commission. The mayor and the governor was here and spent an hour going over our plans. We also have some pending meetings coming up with the president of FIU and the parking authority. So Javier and I have been very busy in our process of explaining exactly where we are, where we're going, and where we hope to go. The next item to come before us is the General Counsel's report.
Mr. Chair, I have nothing new to report this month, and in the interest of time, since we have the public hearing, I think we'll pick up with the ethics training next month.
Very, very well, ma'am. Thank you. Item number 5 is the MPO representative report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There is nothing to report. The meeting has not occurred yet this month.
But by the way, just on an information basis, the governor and the Secretary of Transportation and the Florida Transportation Commission, which I serve on, continue to really be active in this question of consolidating the 23 MPOs and to go towards regional government. So I'm sure we have not heard the last of that, and I'm sure that'll be coming up to the Miami-Dade MPO. Treasurer's report. Mr. Treasurer, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Marie, do you want to just give the synopsis of the points that we reviewed, please? Thank you.
Certainly. The Treasurer's report is for the 7 months, January 2013, fiscal year 2013. Revenue is on track to our forecast. Overall revenue is $74.5 million for the month year-to-date of January. Expenses are online. Expenses are about $1.5 million below the $22 million budget for the 7-month period. Interest expense, particularly our variable interest, is online, a little bit less than 1% than what we projected. All in all, we should be able to meet our targets by the end of fiscal year 13, June. That's all I have.
The collections from the UTC have been phenomenal. Can you just tell me again how has it been tracking, or Steve or Marie, please?
Through the chair, for the past 3 months, we've seen the upscale or upward movement in the collection of traffic citations payable by the court. We began in the low hundreds, got to about $500,000, and now we're at $750,000 a month.
Thank you. And these have been laggard for how long, Steve? Just so give us a timeline on that.
Yes, this brings everything to current from 2 years past when we opened up the system in June 2010.
Congratulations. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, that concludes my
Congratulations to
report.
you,
Thank you,
Mr.
sir.
Treasurer. All right. We're now on item number 7, which is the committee reports, but I would request the Policy and Planning Committee Chair and the Budget and Finance Chair to withhold their reports, because that's really what the public hearing is all about, unless you want to add something to it. Policy and Planning.
That's fine.
Okay?
Yes, sir.
I mean, we're going to be dealing with it in
Yes.
just a few minutes. So that comes to the Executive Committee, Madam. Are you okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. So we're now on item 8, which is the regular agenda. And the first action item to come before us, the approval of the First Amendment to the swap agreement between MDX and Citibank. Mr. Executive Director.
Yes, Ms. Marie Schaefer is going to address this item as it was presented at the Budget and Finance Committee.
This was an item that was presented at March 7th Budget and Finance Committee at the direction of the Treasurer. We renegotiated with Citibank to amend the swap support annex as it relates to the collateral requirements on $80 million of our variable portion of our debt. Citigroup was able to renegotiate with us and eliminate the collateral posting requirements below the A category. The amendment provides for a higher ratings trigger, mitigating any risk to the authority on the variable debt of the $80 million. Citigroup received no compensation for the changes, and we appreciate them negotiating with us in good faith to make those changes to our agreement.
Mr. Chairman, if I may add, how much money did potentially save us from committing? Marie, can you give that number?
Depending upon market conditions, at that point, I believe it was $20 million.
$20 million, Mr. Chairman.
Well done, Mr.
Thank you.
Treasurer. Well done, Marie, and well done, MDX, and well done, Citibank, and thank you very much. I know it was not easy because these banks work at different levels, in different floors, and it's hard for one part of the bank to get the other part of the bank to agree on something, but I think we're all very proud, Norman, of the work that you did. And we're also proud of the work previously that J.P. Morgan and others have done for us. And we're grateful, and we'd like the saving of $20 million. And thank you for your initiative, Mr. Treasurer.
I'd like
Now,
to make a motion.
We need a motion.
I'd like to make the,
All right.
Osmond.
I think the chairman really deserves
If you, yeah, I'd love to move it if you give
I'll
me the honor.
second it.
All right,
Thank you. I do
Gonzalo.
move it. Thank you.
Gonzalo, Norman, I apologize to you, but I'm going to let Carlos take the second on this one.
All right.
And all those in favor of item 7A?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Let the record show that there was a unanimous vote. Okay, we're now in the public hearing items. So I follow instructions too. So here are my instructions, and here's what I'm going to ask. I'm going to recommend that we follow. We have an important agenda, and our typical initial agenda items. We have an important agenda, and after our typical initial agenda items, which you've now concluded, we will be conducting a public hearing on 2 proposed resolutions. The first will be MDX's proposed toll policy. And the second resolution will be the proposed toll rates for conversion of MDX's last 2 facilities to open tolling. Now, this is to the MDX board. I will be following, as we always do, Robert's rules, and I will be following the procedures as recommended by Pam Leslie, who is our parliamentarian. And the chair will take the motion as it comes out of the committee for discussion and for a vote. And then we will pursue the discussion and the vote in a manner that follows Robert's rules after the public hearing. I want to thank all of the MDX staff in particular who have worked so diligently and to inform the public over the last several weeks in the efficient way that they've kept the board members informed on the results of the public reviews that were conducted. And I might say that we had 4 public hearings that were fully advertised and attended. And this, of course, is the the conclusion of those 4 public hearings. I also want to commend staff for their effort to make members of the public safe and comfortable today. To that end, there are a few housekeeping matters that I want to mention to be sure things continue in a safe and orderly fashion. If you would like to comment today during the public hearing and you have not filled out a speaker card, please raise your hand at this time. If you want to speak and you haven't filled the speaker card, if you have, then you don't have to raise your hand. And one will be provided to you by Ms. Garcia, who is assisting with the public comment process. You must limit your comments to the subject of the public hearing today, MDX's proposed toll policy and the proposed ORT toll rates for SR 112 and SR 836. Everyone in attendance is expected to be quiet and respectful during these proceedings. I will not accept any signs or placards other than the ones that you're wearing. I won't ask you to take off your T-shirts. No booing, no cheering, no clapping, in order that everyone wishing to speak can be heard, can feel comfortable in their positions, and are certain that their points of view will be respected. If anyone does not comply with these courtesies, I will ask them to leave the premises. The ground rules for the public hearing are as follows. 1, each member of the public wishing to speak will be afforded a maximum of 3 minutes. Then the next speaker will be called to the podium. Should individual members of the public wish to cede their time to another individual to speak on their behalf, they may do so. However, no person representing others may speak more than 15 minutes, and they must turn in all of the individual speaker cards for the persons they represent along with their own. And I will take, after I finish this, I'm going to take a 5-minute break so that those of you that are here on this can gather and decide how you want to break up, how you're going to speak. 3, if an official currently holding elective office in Miami-Dade County is here and wishes to speak, I will take them out of turn and afford them up to 10 minutes to provide their comments during the public hearing. Is there anybody who is an elected official in our group here today? Miami-Dade County. Yes, sir. The chair will recognize you as the first speaker, and you will have 10 minutes once you identify yourself. 4, to be sure everyone knows when their time, to be sure that everyone knows when their time of speaking is drawing to a close so that they can conclude their comments. Ms. Cordero will hold up a red card when you have 30 seconds left before you must leave the podium. In order that everyone who wishes to speak has the opportunity, there will be no questions posed to speakers or responded by the board members or staff during the public hearing. Please. Once the public hearing is closed, there will be a period of board members to discuss and debate and seek additional information from staff as requested by the board members. We have a very intelligent lady back here with her computer, and she's a whiz at writing down things, and everything that's going to be asked, she's going to list for us, and the executive director is also going to be making notes, and will answer all of your questions after the public hearing is concluded. I have communicated to my colleagues on the board the importance of hearing everyone's presentations and comments. Therefore, I have asked them to limit taking phone calls during the meeting to matters of great urgency, and if they do need to take a call, I'm asking them to step out of the boardroom. All questions of procedure will be determined by our general counsel, who served as MDX's parliamentarian, and her ruling on procedures will be final and binding. And because we may be here for a while, just so everyone is aware, public restroom facilities are available in the floor outside the boardroom to the right, as you walk out to the right. That's it? Yes, sir.
Okay. Point of order on this little advice. We have two public hearing items. Are both of them, they're going to be voted on separately?
We're going to have one hearing for both items. After the administration is going to, the executive director and staff will make presentation on both items, okay? Then we will open up the public hearing. Everyone who wants to speak will speak.
On both items?
On those two items, yes, sir.
Together?
Together.
Okay, that was my big question. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Are there any questions? Are there any other questions? Does anybody have any problems with the procedures as outlined? If not, I accept them as being the rules that we're going to work under.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
just
sir.
to clarify Mr. Wortman's request, so we're blending those two resolutions?
For the purposes of the presentation, one first and then the second, and then the public hearing, so that everyone who wishes to speak. Liaison or elected official, Miami-Dade County?
No.
Pam, Mr. Gustavo Cruz is a community liaison person. Is that a elected?
Not that I'm aware of, Mr.
Were you elected?
No, sir, I'm representing Commissioner Zapata's office.
I understand. Well then, with all due respect, you can have your 3 minutes. Okay, is there anything else, any other questions before we get going? All right, so we are now going to have a presentation by staff of resolution number 1304 and then resolution 1305. Okay? You're on.
Perfect. Board members, if you don't mind, I'm gonna do the opening here and the closing here, rather than going to the podium. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. As all of you well know, today's an important day for infrastructure in Miami-Dade County. We're considering the final step, the final phase of MDX's conversion to full open road tolling, all electronic tolling on our expressway system. This final phase will afford us the ability to complete the very important improvements on our system, a system that connects the economic engines of this community, our airport, our seaport, our Miami-Dade College, our FIU, the Civic Center, so on and so forth. In 2007, Miami-Dade Expressway Authority developed a master plan. That master plan had three components, three principles. The first was connectivity. Connect our expressways, connect our facilities, make sure that they don't dead end somewhere. The second was technology. Use the highest level of technology on those facilities, whether they're tolling, whether it's intelligent transportation, get the most out of the existing infrastructure that you can and get the best use out of it. And the third component was transit. Consider transit on every facility, even though we are not transit operators. Make sure that you have the ability to accommodate transit. Today, we will be presenting to you our process for establishing toll rates, MDX's process for establishing toll rates, the proposed toll rates on State Road 112 and State Road 836, the policy that accompanies it, the projects that will be funded, and why it is critical to our community for mobility, quality of life, and economic vitality standpoint. I'll turn it over to Marie Schaefer, MDX's Deputy Director and Chief Financial Officer, who will walk you through the presentation, very similar presentation that was made at Budget and Finance and Policy and Planning Committee, and then I will conclude at the end.
And I might add, the same presentation or similar presentation that was made in all four of the public hearings and that has been given to every elected official that we've met with over the past several months.
Good afternoon, board members. Staff has prepared a presentation not only for the benefit of the board, but also for the public. The presentation is going to discuss a recap of the ORT initiative, the base toll rates on 836 and 112, the toll policy, the purpose of the additional funding, as well as the rationale of open road tolling. As a recap to open road tolling, back in 2006, the board approved the ORT master plan. And the intent of the plan was to relieve congestion and improve safety by limiting toll plazas. The intent of the plan was also to look to spread the cost to all users on maintaining and operating the expressway and to reinvest in the expressway. At the time in 2006, only 28% of the users paid a toll. So the cost was borne by 28% of the drivers at that point in time. The industry was evolving. The industry was moving towards technology, a more cost-effective way to collect tolls. It was more safer. It was more environmentally friendly, where a car no longer has to stop. So the board moved forward with the initiative with the conversion of 3 of its 5 expressways in the summer of 2010. The final phase is why we are here today, is 836 and 112 roadways, which is slated to be converted by 2014. Originally, the master plan contemplated that the conversion would occur in 2010, and then that was moved out to 2012. This is the existing map as it stands today. The upper portion of the map is 924, and the lower portion of the map is 874 and 878. Prior to the conversion of open road tolling on those 2 expressways, they were bi-directional expressways, tolling points. And what that means is that they had a tolling point on both sides of the expressway. MDX went ahead and split the tolling points among key points on the expressway. They were bi-directional. That is not the case on 112 and 836, which poses some challenges for us. It should also be noted that 878, prior to the conversion, was not a toll road. The cost of maintenance and improving the roadway was bared by the other users who paid a toll. So after 2010, 55% of the drivers paid a toll. So currently, 45% who drive the expressway do not pay a toll at all. We followed a process to inform the public prior to converting the 3 expressways back in 2009. We had public outreach, we had review meetings with community leaders, we had a public education campaign. So we made sure that the public understood what open road tolling was. And we concentrated the discussion on the technology at that point in time. It was new. Nobody really understood that you didn't need to stop at a tolling point. You can continue on at highway speed. It was more safer. Also at that time, again, we had a bi-directional expressway. There was no toll adjustment at that point in time. We went ahead and split the current toll among the various tolling points. We followed the same process in 2012 with the conversion of 112 and 836. We have followed the same exact process that we did outreach, we did public meetings, we briefed elected officials, we did television and news media to educate the public. The difference that we did with this particular outreach is we notified the public that this was a toll adjustment. This was a toll increase. In October of 2012, we had a public and a board workshop, and we presented to the board 5 options of base rates for 836 and 112. The board contemplated those 5 options. They did not select the highest option, nor did they select the lowest option. What they directed staff to do, and its consultants, is to communicate to the public the 2 mid-tier options of base rates, which is what you see today, which is option A on 112, 30 cents for the main line, 65 cents for 836 on the main line, the ramps are 30 cents, and option B, 35 cents on 112 main line, and 70 cents on 836 on the main line. This is what 836 looks like today and what it would look like after the conversion. As you can see, the purple little dot there, and I hope everybody can see it, 112, I'm sorry, is one tolling point. It's only on one side of the expressway. Again, the proposal today is to make 112 a bidirectional tolling point. We are going to split the toll, and unfortunately, we cannot split that toll at the same rate in order for it to be cost-effective for the agency to continue to fund projects. So the 2 tolling points that will be on both sides The recommendation that we went out to the public was 30 cents or 35 cents on 112. On 836, on the upper portion of the screen, 836, the extension is 25 cents. After the conversion of open road tolling in 2014, it's anticipated to be 30 cents. There will be 3 mainline gantries. The 97th Avenue location will remain where it is. The 17th Avenue on the eastern end of the expressway, which is one tolling point going eastbound, will also remain where it is. However, there will be a westbound tolling point. It will be a new tolling point. And there will be a third main line that is just west of 57th Avenue. So you will have 3 main lines on 836, which the proposal that we went out to the public was 65 cents on the main line or 70 cents. The ramps will be tolled under each option at 30 cents. Also during the October workshop, we discussed with the board policy changes on our toll policy. We discussed with the board the toll by plate rate and what the impact that would have if we changed it. We provided feedback from the drivers and commuters who were paying toll by plate. We discussed a CPI adjustment with the board, as well as setting new toll rates for new facilities that would be built. We also discussed with the board, actually the board suggested, a volume frequency discount program at that point in time, and the suggestion from the board was to have a frequency discount program for only 836 drivers. Our Policy and Planning and Budget and Finance Committee met this month, March 2007. Both committees took up the base rates and the changes to the toll policy. The toll by plate rate, and for the benefit of the public, essentially, if a driver does not have a transponder and they go through a tolling point, their vehicle will be captured an image of their license plate. That driver, that registered owner of that vehicle, will be sent a bill. Currently, that driver will essentially pay an administrative fee of $3. The change to the application of toll by plate rate would be 2 times the SunPass rate. We'd eliminate the administration fee as it relates to the toll by plate customer. This currently affects about 8 to 9% of our customers. We have found that they are infrequent customers that use toll by plate. They are customers that drive a couple of times during the month, a couple of times during the year. The rationale to make a policy change on the toll by plate rate is to have the toll by plate customer bear the cost of collection, the cost, rather than spread that over to the SunPass customers. So it's very specific to what the consumer chooses to use for the method of paying their toll. We would also like to encourage the usage of SunPass, which is a much more cost-effective manner to collect the toll and pay the toll. Back in 2006, when the master plan was implemented, there was only one type of transponder. It was the box, which was $25. And you had to register the box by paying $25 for the box, $25 you had to put a fee on the account. And it was very difficult if you did not have a credit card. SunPass program has made many changes since 2006. There is a new transponder, which is a sticker tag that's $4.95. And you essentially do not need a credit card. You can go to local outlets and you can replenish your SunPass account. That way, you can mail in a money order, you can mail in a check to SunPass, you can go to various facilities that Turnpike has around the county. So the SunPass program has become much more user-friendly for customers that do not have a credit card. So
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
What is it, Walgreens, is that?
Walgreens, CVS, Navarro's, gas stations, you can go to Wells Fargo. There's various locations around the county that you can go ahead and pay for your SunPass account. Yes, sir. The Policy and Planning Committee moved forward with the recommendation as it was presented to the public. So the public was communicated the changes that we just described, and that was endorsed by the Policy and Planning Committee. The Consumer Price Index essentially is an index, an indicator that is developed by the Bureau of Labor Statistics that measures essentially the impact, the value of your dollar. And originally, back in 2008, the board had a policy to implement a CPI adjustment on toll rates. And the board looked at the economic conditions in Miami-Dade County. It was a very high unemployment rate. They made a decision at that point in time to defer implementing a CPI adjustment. During the workshop in October, we presented a recommendation to the board that there would be a CPI similar to the Florida Turnpike. And that CPI would be applied on an annual basis, no less than once every 5 years, but it would be cumulative on the 5th year and rounded to up to the nearest nickel. And that would begin 1 year after the conversion of open road tolling, which is 2015. The Policy and Planning and Budget and Finance Committee looked at this particular item and they made their own modifications to it this month. What the recommendation of the committee was that it would be applied 2017. It would not be cumulative until 3 years later. So at the time of 2017, if there was a 3% inflation and it was ramp gantry was 30 cents and it was 33 cents, it would round it up to 35 cents. That's how you would apply it. So it would not be cumulative until 2020 would be the next year that there would be a CPI adjustment. So the purpose of it is obviously to keep up with the value of the dollar and to be able to continue to maintain and improve the roadway. So what we presented to the public did change slightly. Again, it's extended out several years and it's rounded to the nearest nickel and it is not cumulative until 2020. Also during the workshop, we presented language in the toll policy that related to a new facility. And any new project that adds center lane or lane miles to the expressway system, we would apply this formula. And the purpose of this is to ensure that based upon the 5th year of opening of a facility or a project, a new stretch of highway, it is able to cover its own cost as it relates to the principal and interest to finance that project as well as the operating and maintenance costs of it. And the intent is that projects are self-sufficient and they are able to be financially feasible. The volume frequency discount program that was presented at the October workshop was specific to our 836 drivers. And in order to qualify for the program, you had to drive the entire stretch of the expressway from the Turnpike, I-95, and all the way around. So it only contemplated an 836 driver that did the round trip. It was an opt-in program. The committee looked at this particular issue, and they felt that the process and what was being presented was too cumbersome for the public to understand, and it was too difficult for them to participate in the program. So the committee decided that, number one, that the program should apply to all drivers throughout the MDX system, not just specifically to 836. It would still be an opt-in program that would occur once a year, and there were less parameters in order to qualify for the program. A driver would only have to drive the expressway 66 days out of a 3-month period. And they would be given a rebate, a dollar value rebate back based upon a scale that we've developed. Be quite honest with you, many people have asked me, what is that scale going to look like, and what's really the amount that I'm going to see back and so forth. The committee had a lengthy discussion on this. They wanted to make sure that it was of value to the customer and that it was something that they realized that was a benefit to them. So that scale we based upon those criteria is that it will be of value, it's not going to be cumbersome to the customer, and they're going to basically have a communication with the authority on a quarterly basis at least. Initially, they will be registered onto the website. We will look to have a more automated process as this pilot program develops. So those were the changes from the time that we had the workshop to what the Policy and Planning and Budget and Finance Committee endorsed to you today. The base toll rates. The base toll rates, I can tell you that I want to commend both of the committees because I don't think it was lost upon anybody at the authority or the committees the impact that the base toll rates will have to the user. Currently, only 45% of the users who drive the expressway actually pay a toll. There are going to be some users who haven't paid a toll that will pay a toll now. There will be some users who will pay less, and there will be some users who will pay more. It all depends upon the roadway that they drive, based upon the user fee. So the committees had a lively discussion, a thoughtful discussion, I thought, and the recommendation from the committees was that they would go with option B, that the 836 main line was 70 cents, the ramps were 30 cents, and 112 was 35 cents. The discussion really centered around the impact of transportation and what that really meant. And everybody really understood that congestion was not something that we can wish away. There was a cost to continue to invest into infrastructure. So we looked at what we needed to fund and how much we needed to fund and why it was important. And most of the projects that we're going to talk about today really center around the economic engines, employment centers around the Miami-Dade County. Better transportation means better job opportunity, more job opportunities. Historically, when you look at home values usually increase more so on the eastern end of the county where there is a shorter commute distance than someone who lives on the western end of the county because the commute's longer. And based upon population growth, since MDX took over the roadway, we've seen a population growth of roughly 27%. That growth is going to continue by 2035 to almost 40%. So the committee had a lengthy discussion about commute times and the impact to the driver and what the cost was to do absolutely nothing. Not to mention, I think many committee members talked about the psychological impact of someone sitting on the roadway for 2 hours or 3 hours. At the end of the day, it was about the quality of life. So the recommendation from the committee was the 70 cents and the 35 cents. How are the projects financed? How do we finance projects? Well, MDX is an enterprise fund. And our purpose is to be able to take those toll dollars and leverage them to reinvest them into the infrastructure of the expressway system. And I don't believe anyone believes that any one mode of transportation is going to solve congestion in Miami-Dade County. It really has to be a multitude of different modes of transportation, whether it's transit or whether it's the expressway system that needs to be continued to be invested in. MDX does not receive any gas tax from the federal level, from the state level. We do not receive any sales tax, any half-penny sales tax. We are not subsidized by the state. We are not subsidized by the federal government. So all the money that is collected from the tolls, which is about 97% of our revenue, is reinvested here locally in Miami-Dade County for infrastructure. It's dedicated to infrastructure on the expressway system. For every dollar we collect, roughly 65 cents goes to fund projects and pay for projects. And over the years, we've invested quite a bit in infrastructure. If you look to the west, we've had a new extension for the western and southern part of the county, the 836 extension. We participate in the interchange project with DOT, which is currently under construction. We have improved the 874 operational deficiencies related to the interchange there. We have under construction today is a widening of 874 that feeds into the Palmetto Expressway. We have partnered with the state on the expansion of the Palmetto Expressway on the southern end of it, which feeds into 874. We have partnered with the county and the state for the Central Boulevard, which is the entrance to the airport that feeds two of our major expressways, 112 and 836. We have converted auxiliary lanes to travel lanes to relieve congestion during peak hours. So MDX has made quite a number of investments, and with the help of the DOT and MDX, we were ranked number 5 in congestion. With the growth of population, we even moved out of the top 10, and that's something to be said. People continue to move here, we still see growth in population, but yet we've improved our congestion.
That was a little bit confusing. You said we were 5th and now we're at 13th?
We were 5th, and we're essentially 11 at this point, 11, 12 on the rankings. And that is even with the population growth that we were able to move out of the top 10 of the most congested city. From the standpoint on the operating side, 24% goes to operations, and that goes to collect the tolls, that goes to the road rangers, that addresses to go to the roadway and move accidents out of the roadway, that goes to lighting, that goes to our traffic management center to better inform our public. The maintenance is roughly about 6%, 6 cents on a dollar. That goes to cut grass, cover graffiti, to clean up the roadway, to remove the debris on the roadway. 5% goes to administration costs, which include salary and tax and benefits for the employees, our consultant support, that goes to our internship program, that goes to our small business program, that goes to our bond administration cost. It should also be noted that for every dollar that we spend in Miami-Dade County, 30 cents goes to a small business or a local business. So not only does all the revenue stay here in Miami-Dade County from the reinvestment of the roadway, 30 cents on a dollar goes to a small business. What are we going to do with the additional funding? Well, there's several key projects that are currently on the books, on the work program, that are unfunded. All of these projects address either operational deficiency, they add capacity, they address safety, they improve travel time, or they relieve congestion and provide additional capacity. All of these projects have all or some of the elements of what I just mentioned. I'm going to go through the projects very high level, and I'm going to apologize to engineers because I'm going to speak non-engineering and explain it as I understand it. The first project is a project that's $160 million, and it starts at 57th Avenue to 27th Avenue. And essentially it adds a lane in both directions, and it eliminates the left-hand ramp to the airport. So there will be a ramp on the right-hand side of Lejeune to access the airport. This project we have spoken quite a bit about in the last couple of years. This project's on 874, and this project is going to service the southern West Dade community. Currently, right now, if you live 137th Avenue and you need to go eastbound, you either need to connect 150th or 120th Street to get on the turnpike and cross all the way around in order to go eastbound. So there's going to be a direct connection from 128th Street, 137th Avenue, going up and connecting into a new ramp to 874. This project has very limited impact to residential areas. It has very limited right-of-way. There is just a small piece of right-of-way that we are looking to acquire that really impacts an industrial community. And this project will be a 4-lane on 128th Street feeding onto a new ramp. And that project is $110 million. The next project is on the eastern end of 836. And the project starts on 17th Avenue, and it's going to have a new ramp on 12th Avenue. This project is in a major employment center, the hospital district. So it's a very important project as far as the congestion on the eastern end of 836. Most people, when they get on 12th Avenue to cross over the entire expressway to get on the left-hand side to get to the I-95 ramp, it's an enormous amount of weaving and bobbing and backing up, and it backs up the entire main line. What this project is going to do is alleviate that congestion and that bottleneck there and create a dedicated ramp for the 12th Avenue, the hospital district, enormous amount of traffic that will be able to cross over and go northbound on I-95. This project is $65 million. It's actually $140 million, and we are going to partner with the DOT, and our portion of it will be $65 million. This is phase 2 and 3 of the project I just described, and this project is $160 million, and this project is going to complement the 395 project that the department is currently working on. And essentially what this is going to do is going to add a new lane in both directions, and it's going to take the on and off ramp and create distributor roads so the main line remains a free-flowing traffic pattern. This project is also on 836. It's $85 million. And this project is going to service, it's going to be at 87th Avenue. And the purpose of this project is to connect to the new interchange project. It's going to add a lane on both directions. And again, it's going to support an area where the Palmetto Expressway and 836 are, major cargo area, a major employment center, economic driver there. So we feel based upon growth that is occurring in that area that this will complement the completion of the interchange. The next project is still in its PD&E stage. It's 924 West Extension, and this is going to connect the Gratney Expressway to the Florida Turnpike. So it's going to give drivers an option to have a direct connection to the Turnpike. That project, again, is still in its PD&E, but it's estimated at $220 million. The total amount of the project that I just described, all the projects I described, is roughly a little bit under $800 million. The Policy and Planning and Budget and Finance approved the base rates to generate an additional bonding capacity with the additional revenue of $513 million. Even with that, there is still a funding gap. That is really the reality of it. We certainly have looked to other sources to either partner, to look at projects and how we can be more efficient with the projects. Some projects may end up qualifying for federal grants, and we will continue to pursue those options. But to fund transportation needs of Miami-Dade County has been a challenge, will continue to be a challenge, and there is a funding shortage throughout the country to invest in infrastructure. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Javier Rodriguez for some closing comments on the presentation.
Board members, and thank you, Marie. To conclude, and the actions before you are not easy actions, we know that. But the purpose of this is we've had a vision. MDX has had a vision. We set it in motion in 2007. There are certain realities in Miami-Dade County. There are certain investments that are taking place in Miami-Dade County that the expressway system has to support. We are deepening the channel going into the Port of Miami. We have reactivated railroad going into the Port of Miami. We expect a lot more cargo to come in through the Port of Miami. Our international airport has exceeded and set records on not only international freight, but on passengers. It's incredible it's incredible what has happened. We recognize at MDX, we recognized it a long time ago. I was an engineer working in Miami-Dade my entire career. I understand that there is no way we will ever build our way out of congestion. There is not enough lanes we can put on our expressways to handle the demand and the congestion that is here. Like I've told many people in the past, unless we turn off the sun and close access to our beaches, I'm not sure that we are going to eliminate congestion in Miami-Dade County. Having said that, first project I ever worked on was a transit project. It was the East-West Corridor. A lot of the improvements to the highway network that were proposed today that are part of the MDX master plan were the highway components of an east-west corridor, because we all recognized in Miami that not one mode is going to solve everything. We must eliminate the operational deficiencies on our main artery in Miami-Dade County. Anyone who drives 836 going westbound and recognizes the delays that occur the minute you get to the bridge over the river, and you realize it's just because of the friction of the various interchanges, realizes that something needs to be done. The interchange at 826, 836, board members, there was 5 lanes feeding into 3. My thesis, my project in college, and I'm sure others, was how do you solve that? Math doesn't add up. That's the same thing happening at I-395 and 836, where you have 3 lanes dropping into 1 continuous. The improvements here are not about adding more pavement. They're not about building more bridges. They're about resolving some operational deficiencies. The goal of the authority has always been to take that basis and try to maximize its use, maximize it with technology, invest in technology, try to get as much through the existing infrastructure that's already been invested in, and try to figure out how to get an interconnected expressway system in Miami-Dade County in partnership with the Florida Department of Transportation, and maybe use it, repurpose it for express buses, so that someone in South Miami-Dade County can go all the way to Fort Lauderdale, if necessary, on a one-seat, one-bus ride. We're not transit operators. We've never pretended to be transit operators, but we have partnered with the transit agency to provide the infrastructure necessary so that those options are available. Anyone who commutes on 874 and 878 recognizes that when traffic deteriorates below 25 miles per hour, buses already use the shoulder. Many people have asked me, why don't you do that on 836? Well, because for 3/4 of the way, there was never shoulders on 836. That's the reality. A lot of these projects will include those shoulders, will include the fourth continuous lane, will eliminate a lot of these drop lanes that you're driving on a highway and all of a sudden the lane disappears. The authority has been very careful in the expenditure of its dollars. As Marie stated, 5% of our dollars goes to administration. And I reiterate that. 100% of the dollars stay here in Miami-Dade County. A lot of it goes to small and local businesses. That's why we were created. But another thing, that an offset, and I don't like statistics because I understand how statistics work, but when I realized that we were in the top 5 most congested urban areas, and we're no longer in the top 10, but our population has increased by over 25% in that period, then something's working. For me to believe that the authority is the only solution would be short-sighted and not truthful. The projects that the Department of Transportation on the Palmetto Expressway, the I-95 Express, and other components have added to this. The infill, the move to infill our downtown area and have more residential in downtown has helped. The distribution of jobs throughout the community and not just in the central business district has assisted in this. These highways are simply to interconnect those areas. What are the results of what we've done over the last 16 years? We've created over 8,600 jobs or sustained 8,600 jobs. We have a work program today that is either creating or sustaining over 6,400 jobs. That's just minuscule, but it's important. And I wanted to stress that. I also want to stress that at no time has any employee at the authority, and I don't speak for the board, I can only speak for the administration, taken this action lightly. This has always been the hardest action that we were going to take as an authority. We understood the economic times. This was originally planned in 2010. It wasn't going to make sense on 836 and 112 to do this in 2010 when the 826, 836 interchange had just been awarded. It moved to 2012. It didn't make sense there for the same reasons. The board challenged us to squeeze our dollars. We were very fortunate that the economy was down and that we were able to get more for the dollar. We never reduced our services. We got better pricing. That's why we're here today. We've stretched it as much as we can. And with that, board members, I know well, the cost of doing nothing is simple. I mean, congestion costs. There's a lot of measures, board members. Last year, in 2011, the Texas Transportation Institute measured that for Miami-Dade, the drivers in Miami-Dade wasted over 6 workdays stuck in traffic. That is the equivalent of about $1,000 per person stuck in traffic. That's significant. The cost of doing nothing is the vitality of this community as we grow as a logistics center in the Western Hemisphere. That's what we are. We are a major metropolitan area that is viewed upon by the entire Western Hemisphere as the point of entry for goods and services into the United States. And that is the cost of doing nothing, Mr. Furry. And with that, I'll conclude.
Thank you very much, Marie. Thank you, Javier. We're now going to start the public hearing process.
Mr. Chair, could we take a, since we...
Yeah, we're going to take a break in a moment, but I mean, we've been going for an hour, and now we're going to take a 5-minute break. I'm very strict at holding it to 5 minutes. So I apologize to those of you that will be offended, but in 5 minutes exactly, I will begin the meeting again. Now, in the meantime, I would recommend that those of you that are here that wish to bundle up or cede your time to another speaker, that you gather in whatever groups you want to, so that if someone wants to speak for 15 minutes, they can do so by getting the cards of others who have 3 minutes. The first speaker, of course, will be the only elected official that we have in the audience, which is Edward P. McDougall, who is the mayor of Cutler Bay Town Center. So, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to, in a moment, we're going to take a 5-minute break. Okay, 5 minutes, go. Okay, please take your seats. We're about to begin. I'd like to, at this time, announce that we have a full board meeting present because Robert Howland is on the phone. So we have, of our 13 members, 12 are here in person, and Mr. Howland, who is sick, is called in, and I thank you, Robert, for being with us. All right. Pam, I think the way we're going to go about this is the first thing we're going to do is I want you to read into the record the resolutions as they are before us so that we have a clear record of what it is that we're discussing.
Mr. Chair, we have 2 resolutions before the board today. Resolution 1304. The recitals reflect that this is to adopt the toll policy, which is attached to the resolution and in all of your packets. And then we have Resolution 1305, which has to do with the toll rates for State Road 112 and State Road 836. Those toll rates are attached to the resolution and are also in your packet. And so when you open the public hearing, it will be on those 2 resolutions.
To everybody in the public to
Yes,
see.
sir.
Right?
Yes, sir.
Having put that into the record, the public hearing is hereby open. And Mayor McDougall, you are recognized, sir, and welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members of the board, I appreciate it. I won't take my full 10 minutes. I have a couple of statements, and then I want to read a statement very quickly. My name is Ed McDougall, 10720 Caribbean Boulevard. That is the address of our town hall. I represent the residents of Cutler Bay, and that's my primary reason for being here. But my statement is that I remember when the turnpike first opened, and there was 1 10-cent toll, and that was it. Well, of course, obviously, now there are tolls, and we're replete with them. And all of my cars have the little pass, and I'm constantly taking money from my credit card. My problem is that we in South Dade, as all of you know, have a very large population of people who get into their cars every day, and they've been doing it for years, and they come north. I've served on a transportation committee. Some of you in this room see our transportation committee with the Chamber of Commerce that we've been working on for a number of years now, at least 3 years. And we meet about once a month and we discuss the transportation problems in South Dade. We haven't gotten very far, and all we hear is that we can't afford any kind of mass transit. There's not going to be, and I understand heavy rail. I understand the expense of heavy rail. We'll have no light rail. They're trying to come up, MDX is trying to come up with some solution for us. But all I hear is more tolls. That means more concrete. That means more cars. It's a continual basis where it's just more concrete, more cars, more tolls. I think that we're going down that road, continuing the same thing we've always done without addressing some sort of mass transportation. Because South Dade pours a lot of traffic. My citizens have to travel down these roads, and now they're spending more money. It's always another half penny here, half penny there, a little bit more toll. They're just running out of money to put in these projects. I'll leave it with the only way I can describe it is toll creep with no solution in hand, because we're just going to continue doing this. And when the next board is sitting here 20 years from now, well, the next board will be before then, it'll be the same solutions. It'll be more tolls, more concrete, more roads. And I just came from upstate New York. I was on a trip up there, And I don't want to be the New Jersey Turnpike. I mean, it's unbelievable. The roads are terrible and the tolls are through the roof. So I think that's where we're going. So if I might, Mr. Chair, I'll read this quick letter, try to keep to your timetable. This is an open letter to the board. I've been following the issue of raising the tolls on State Road 112 and State Road 836, and I have yet to meet a citizen in my city of 34,000 who supports this idea. It's actually 43,000. We're just about 3,000 short of Coral Gables. The most troubling issue that I have today is the manner in which this decision is being made. Today, the members of the MDX board will be raising the cost for families who visit their loved ones to go to work. This amounts to a tax on the drivers of Miami-Dade County, and I do not support taxation without elected representation. The members of the MDX board were appointed and not elected. As the elected mayor of my city, I am responsible for my actions, and I can be held accountable by the voters. The MDX board has no such oversight by the voters, and they are making decisions that will affect hundreds of thousands of members of our communities. If State Road 112 and State Road 836 need hundreds of millions of dollars for improvements then the decision should be made by the voters of Miami-Dade County and not by an appointed board with no public oversight. I'm not arguing that the underlying assumption that the roads need improvements. I am simply asking that if the board feels so strongly that they need these additional revenues, then they should find a way for the citizens of Miami-Dade County to vote on that issue. It is very unfair that this major change in the current rate structure is being voted on today by the board without the 1 million voters of Miami-Dade County also having a say. It is my sincere hope that today the MDX board delays the vote to raise the tolls on the citizens of Miami-Dade County. If the vote were delayed, I would work with the other mayors of our county and elected officials in County Hall to find a way to have this question put to a referendum. If the MDX board does not delay this important vote, excuse me, and they have in fact vote to raise the toll rates, I will fight to have this vote repealed and have the MDX board be held accountable for their actions today. I want to just say to you that I didn't go through any numbers here. We've heard them all. Xavier Suarez was very articulate in his letter to the Herald, and he went through the numbers. I will leave you with a thought that these numbers have grown exponentially. In the time I've watched them, and I'm certainly not a young guy because I remember when they laid the first brick, and I see a couple of gray hairs in here, so you do too. It's just grown, and the budgets have become larger and larger and larger. And at some point, we have to bring some sanity to Miami-Dade County. The tourists who come here, or like the tourist myself, I will never travel the Jersey Turnpike again. I turned to my wife and I said, we will never come here again, ever. I can promise you. We were in a motorhome and it cost us $75 just to get through the upper part of New York into the New Jersey Turnpike. We have to come to a conclusion that we have an environment to look at, we have the Everglades to look at, we have wetlands to take care of, and we have responsibility to make sure that our citizens can travel with mass transit without pouring more concrete and adding more taxes. Mr. Chair, I thank you for the time that you gave me. Thank you very much.
The next speaker will be?
The next speaker is Gustavo Cruz. He's the staff person from Commissioner Zapata's office, District 11. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm here today on behalf of County Commissioner Juan Zapata. I would like to express some of the Commissioner's thoughts with regards to the toll issue as well as the MDX priorities. Commissioner Zapata does not support the implementing of new tolls on existing roads like State Road 836. This proposed increase in tolls does not take into account the economic reality in our community. While I do believe in holding the line on growth, the bulk of the toll monies generated in our county are raised from residents who live west of the Turnpike and commute on 836 every day. And yet this money is invested in areas east of the Palmetto, which is not fair to the people who pay for the current system. Extension of 836 should be an MDX top priority, but done in a responsible way. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cruz. The next speaker?
I'm going to call the next 3 speakers. Each one will have 3 minutes, so you know who's coming next. Patricia Malone, Next will be Jose Garcia. And next will be Michael Smith.
Good afternoon. My name is Pat Malone. My address is 29325 Southwest 202 Avenue. My concerns are related to your non-roadway projects. I'm addressing your allocation of revenues for projects on 836 and 112 that you have not mentioned, landscaping and maintenance of landscaping. I'm here to tell you that MDX is at a perverse pivotal point. Electronic collection allows you to access SunPass accounts and automatic billing of drivers who don't have SunPass. MDX claims that this allows fair and equitable tolling for all drivers. And for maintenance of and for allocation. I'm sorry. I'm trying to get the point across that there's a misappropriation of toll revenues. There's no mention of toll collection for lush botanical gardens. Your dollars that you're trying to squeeze, every one of your dollars, stretching as much as you can. I can't even turn around without seeing a medjool palm. Those medjool palms cost $7,800. They're everywhere. You're putting them everywhere. They'll be falling over in hurricanes. They'll be like capers in a Scottish festival. If your landscaping projects along 836 and 112 are to be approved, or anything like the one on 874, then you're not looking out for our budget, and you're mismanaging the funds. 874 is a flagrant example of the misappropriation of toll revenues. While our county has been struggling with severe cutbacks, MDX has contracted with Manuel Diaz Farms for the Killian Parkway landscape installation. How that relates is your future projects. The Green Mile, as I call it, just happens to include 24 medjool palms, each one costing $7,800. I don't believe that's squeezing a dollar. 3 invoices from 2011 list over 4,000 additional palms included in the deal. Bismarck palms, thatch palms, royal palms, red latins, Sylvester palms, pitch apples, and Montgomerys. They even landscaped the drainage pond behind the railroad tracks. If yearly toll revenues have grown from $56 million to $122 million, I can't help wondering where the rest of the money's going. I can tell you that in a couple of months, when Manny Diaz's contract for landscaping runs out, MDX will be paying Transfield Services Incorporated $5,900 a month to maintain that little palm paradise that's 2 miles long on 874.
Wrap up, please.
Well, go ahead.
You interrupted me.
I'm just advising you, so you know
you know what?
wrap up.
I had this
It's
all
up to
time,
the chair.
and now
Go ahead, ma'am.
those of us living and working in this sprawling, overdeveloped, overpopulated county need to be able to get around. Increasing tolls would force commuters off expressways onto roads in and around already crowded neighborhoods, snarling traffic to a standstill. Toll rates should be frozen, and no additional toll traps should be installed. I think there should be an independent review. I don't believe the FTC noticed your Green Mile. I also feel that any West Road expansion on 836, you need to ditch that plan. That would accelerate urban sprawl by offering more opportunities to favored interest groups, investors, developers, who look upon any undeveloped land as a whole.
Thank you very much.
For the next speakers, just to give you a guidance, Ms. Cordero back there, when you have 30 seconds to go, she'll put a red folder so that you know you can start wrapping up. And that way, I don't need to interrupt. Jose Garcia.
Good afternoon. Thank you, board members. If MDX is sincere about informing the public, then I believe MDX needs to recognize rollback tolls, because they've done an amazing job in informing the public about MDX. I seriously doubt you'd have this much public and this much media here if it weren't for rollbacktolls.com, and I would like to recognize them. Okay, on that note, I work at the airport. I take the 112 and the 836 daily. I encourage the board not to force me to take street roads and surface roads in the future, because that's what's going to happen. You're going to force us, all of the thousands of employees that work at the airport, to start taking surface roads and congestion, and it congests all the communities, all the neighbors, the neighborhoods here in Miami by forcing us to take these roads, these surface roads. I'm affected by the economic situation right now. This is just going to have more of a negative effect if you implement the increase, the per mileage increase that you're proposing. I encourage you to not implement the increase, the per mile increase, and to not implement the consumer price indexing, which will have a very negative effect on myself and my fellow employees. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia.
Next speaker is Michael Smith, and after Mr. Smith is Carlos Jimeno, so he knows to start coming up.
Good afternoon, board members, Chair Ferre. First off, I'd like to say I'm a resident.
We need your name and address for the record.
Michael Smith, and I'm a resident, longtime resident of Broward County, and I'd like to say that if it weren't for the Miami Herald article, I probably wouldn't know about this. I'd just like to make a couple of points. First off, State Road 112 westbound has been free for as long as I can remember, and it's a convenience. It's a convenience for me as a biased party to say yes, I can get to MIA without paying a toll. That's one of the conveniences of having the choice between MIA and FFL. To make the choice of what airlines I could take in and out of this area. And that's one of the pluses, a free access to MIA. That's SR 112. As far as SR 836, and since the public comment period was moved to the public hearing, I'd like to say that, and during the staff presentation, that the new proposed rates will apply to new facilities. The proposed or study for the 836 extension down, one of the alternatives down to Chrome Avenue, would put people in Southwest Dade who many of who don't make over $45,000, $50,000 a year, an extra cost for them to live. And I'm wondering, that's just something the MDX will impose upon them. It's not in my just my thought, because I'm not a resident, but just something to think about. And I'll look forward, if you do put a road down to Chrome Avenue, to having an interchange with Chrome and 136, which is not shown on the study format. Finally, well, that's it. That's pretty much it. Oh, thank you for listening to my comments, and I look forward to your plan for transit for the 836 extension and budgeting in your budget funds to be included. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Carlos Jimeno, and after Mr. Jimeno is David Schilling.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Carlos Jimeno. I'm the owner of electrical company, service company located at Miami Park. Recently, you added all the tolls in State Road 874 and 878 and increased my toll expenses over 100%. Before these new tolls, I used to pay an average of $100 a month, and now I pay an average expense of $250. This is asking my employees to avoid the tolls as much as possible. This is added expense on my company of $3,000 a year with only 5 trucks and two personal vehicles. I have customers all in Miami-Dade County, and my electrician have an average of 3 calls a day. I'm adding the tolls on State Road 836 and State Road 112 will increase my expense an average of $500 a month, and it's in a total of $6,000 a year. The only major road from east to west connecting the 2 major roadways, Turnpike and I-95, is 836. As bad it is right now, 836 is still the fastest way to go from east to west. okay, trying to drive from the streets already congested like Southwest 8th Street, Flagler, Northwest 3rd Street, and Coral Wave is impossible. These roadways are not capable to take the extra vehicles and trucks that will be driving through, trying to avoid the tolls, not counting the cars driving in the neighborhood street where our kids place. You can see this already happening in Kendall, the Falls, South Miami, Pancrase, and Westchester. Cars going through the neighborhood street, school zones, park areas, avoiding the tolls in 874 and 878. You need to give us an option, and using the street are not an option for commercial vehicles. I don't have an option in Miami-Dade County to move my service technician fast without paying. I'm asking you to review your policy on tolling everywhere. I already pay 50 cents in gas tax, and Miami-Dade was created to avoid those toll taxes and to go everywhere else. And now I pay my 50 cent taxes, and I have to pay tolls all over Miami-Dade County. When it stop? When can I stop work for the government start to consider the citizens of Miami-Dade County? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Jimeno.
Mr. David Schilling, and then Moraima Lugo Morales.
Hi, my name is David Schilling. I'm a Pinecrest resident, 6900 Southwest 134th Street. I'm sure you're going to start hearing the same thing coming up here because the gentleman from Cutler Bay, the mayor, was very eloquent in what he explained. As just a citizen of Dade County, I wasn't even aware that MDX existed. You know, I'm probably one of 70% of the county, that doesn't even know what it is that you guys do. Okay, I always thought that the roads were taken care of by the state, and I've been reading the newspaper, watching the news reports, and I've been educated. I see MDX as basically the British when the colonialists were here. And basically they fought for the taxation without representation, and I feel like that's what we've got going on here. And I could understand the colonialists when you have a group, MDX, that just basically can do whatever they want to do without any consequences from the electorate. So that's one big problem that I have. And I believe that there should be a way that the electorate can decide these type of issues. It's going to impact a lot of people, and we're in a depressed economy. I know it's getting better, but it's not going to get better very quickly, and people are still healing from the last 4 years. So every time you raise a toll, it affects everybody's pocket. And they don't even know it's happening. They find out about it from their credit card bill when they see it at the end of the month. So if you enact this now, people aren't going to even know about it until maybe the summertime. And then they're going to start seeing it again and again and again on their credit card bills. And that's when really it's going to take effect with the community, and the community is going to start reacting to it. You're going to do what you have to do because, this is what you're here for, and you've done a lot of analysis, and I'm sure you have issues. You have to pay for these things somehow. This is the consummate problem in our world today. Things have to get paid for, and they have to get paid for somehow. But when you're raising tolls and you're going to affect 1 million people, really, it has to be done somehow with the electorate. That's my opinion. Thank you very much.
Schilling.
Moraima Lugo Morales, and then Marie or Mami Attar, A-T-T-A-R.
Ms. Morales.
Good afternoon, Mr. Ferrer, Chair, board members, ladies and gentlemen. I thank you for the opportunity to let me address my concerns. There's a lot of people that first do not know about this meeting, not because they don't want to, but it's not well advertised. Second, they're working. And because of that, you don't have a full house like you should have to come and let you know our feelings when we do not approve of your increasing the tolls. Years ago, Mr. Pinellas was the mayor of the Miami-Dade County, and he proposed that there was a penny increase, a half penny increase, and they were going to move the tolls, they were going to remove the tolls. He failed to say that they were not going to remove the tolls, but they were going to increase tolls in other areas. Excuse me. Second of all, I didn't tell you my name and my address, I'm sorry. My name is Moraima Lugo Morales. My address is 4240 Southwest 153rd Place, Miami, Florida. I am concerned about the people who have to take the highway, the expressway, the 836, the turnpike, on a daily basis to and from work. As it is, this is not a tax. I'm told it's an increase in tolls, which makes not a difference because whichever way you put it, it's an increase. Tolls, taxes, and we, the little people, are the ones paying for everybody else that have to use these expressways. My daughter in particular has to take the expressway to and from work, has 3 children, 2 in the college, and they take the expressway also, and they have to be paying over and over and over because it's one car transponder for each car. So that's more than one car has to go through those expenses. On top of that is the gas increase, and you remove the tax collectors, toll collectors. And now you interrupted me and I lost my line of thought, but that's fine. I thank you for your time. My main concern is to please do not increase nor 50%, nor 100%, nor 5%. As it is, you're spending a lot of money on those palm trees that the gentleman prior to me were stating, $7,000. And it's unfair, unfortunate, that we have to pay for that. To beautify our roads, perfect, but I think that's extreme also. I thank you for your time, and I hope you vote down this toll increase, not tax. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Morales.
Ms. Attar? And next will be Jane Walker, who has been given the time of James Kirk. So, Ms. Walker, you'll have 6 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Mami Attar, and I reside in South Dade County. I thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this afternoon. I perceive you, MDX, as a governmental entity which appears to be operating a little bit in the shadows, which is taxing the citizens with questionable representation, and which has actually the ability to seize property through eminent domain. As of today, we are not the only community or state struggling with this type of problem. Actually, there is a firestorm ongoing now in Texas with their own match like Governor Perry. So it is vitally important that you operate in the sunshine with a lot of transparency, which we, the public, do not perceive. In open collaboration with the citizens of Miami-Dade, and that you take our opinion into real consideration. We, the people, will appreciate it, value it, and will thank you as well for it. I wanted to take a few minutes of my time to thank as well Mayor McDougall for being so clear. I know that he had more time than we do, but he deserves it. I don't live in his constituency, but he did express a lot of what we all think about it. That's it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Attar.
Ms. Walker, you have 6 minutes. Well,
hello, my name is Jane Walker.
Excuse me, Ms. Walker.
Go ahead.
So you have 6 minutes, and Mr. Garcia, you're going to give Ms. Walker how many minutes?
I don't know.
Well, Mr. Chair, it's up to you.
I don't understand what the issue is. She wants to speak 6 minutes.
6 minutes.
That's fine.
All right, I feel like I'm in Congress here. Jane Walker, Southwest 105th Terrace in Kendall. Thank you very much for this meeting and for the work that you do on behalf of the community. Before I say what I'm about to say, I think it's going to surprise a few of you, but in a good way. I see the incredible potential for MDX. I see that you can be a dynamic contributor to the transportation solutions of this community. I know I'm surprising you. I do see a brain trust. I see architects and economists and civil engineers. And I want to recognize that, because when you listen to what I have to say, I want you to listen with a sympathetic ear and not a defensive one, because I know this must be hard for you. Yesterday, I sat in the office with a mayor of a relatively large city, and he does not sit on the MPO. And he had his own brain trust going. They had questions. Rollback Tolls was trying to answer those questions. About 15 minutes into the conversation, he put his hand up and he said, you know, it scares me that we're asking these questions and we don't know the answers to these, which leads me to my next question, my next statement. I left that meeting and I thought about this, so I watched the minutes of your meeting from February, and the answer to that is there. So I think you have a unique opportunity to postpone this vote, and that's why I'm asking you to do so. I think that perhaps you could have made a better decision, and there were even a couple of board members who shared a concern about how you communicate to the community. In that videotape of the public meeting, you were describing how you weren't going to be discussing these toll rate hikes with the public to a great deal before this vote, this binding vote, and that you would talk about the toll rate hikes a year from now, right before they go into effect. And of course, this would be, like you did it the last time, there was a reference to that as well. You are a governmental entity. I would expect a private entity to act in this way. I would expect that proprietary information, you keep it to yourself and you roll that out when it benefits you. But I think that you have an opportunity to create incredible goodwill with the community by pushing this vote up 6 months on all of these items. We are seeking government in the sunshine, but you know there's a fine line between doing what you're obligated to do and really reaching out to the community in earnest. So I hope you will consider that. Now, with my next few minutes, I just want to tell you that a person who makes $500 a year, that might be RN, I mean $500 a week, would be spending 3 weeks' salary paying these tolls. High tolls will push working class and middle class families off of the roads that their tax dollars previously paid for onto secondary roads, which will obligate the county to widen roads and improve infrastructure, and so then the county, the citizens will actually have to pay for that. That will basically deteriorate the level of service on roads and create its own problems. You know, I have a great deal of respect for some of you. Mr. Wortman had made reference to the Reason Foundation, and I've gone there, I've listened to what Mr. Poole has said, and I want you all to understand that we all can go to the Reason Foundation big box store of great ideas, and we can all walk out with something different. And that's the thing I think I want you to hear the most, that there is value in the debate, that there has to be true outreach to the community, that somehow you're not hitting the mark because people don't know who you are, what you're doing, how you're financing it, and what the justification of it is. And I say this most heartily. To do the right thing for the community is a wonderful thing. To do the wrong thing is a destruction of wealth, a very basic economic idea. I would hate to see the community throw the baby out with the bathwater with this brain trust. But I would love for your mission to be larger. I would love to question the way that you are funded. I would like to see some veto power. I think these things would increase your ability to do what you need to do because it would enhance the public's trust in the work that you do. The St. John's Review wrote a very compelling article. I wish I had the guy's name, but I can provide it to you after the fact. The pros and cons of expressway authorities. And, of course, we know the benefits, so I'm just going to tell you some of the downside. one of the things is building consensus, that the role of what you're doing fits the consensus of what the community at large feels that it needs. In other words, are your goals the community's wishes and the real needs? What do the mayors of all these municipalities have to say about this? Another one is overreaching tolls, being too aggressive with the community, that tolls are taxes, they are small business killers, they put drags on the economy. And there was a third thing in there, I'm trying to think what it is. Well, they talked about government entrenchment, but I think that that's a reality of all aspects of government. And a feeling of people being disenfranchised. I urge you to read that article in full, and I thank you for your consideration for the difficult work you do.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. Who's the next speaker?
Mr. Miller Myers, and then Mr. Angel Gonzalez, who will have 6 minutes, as someone has also given him his time. 3 minutes, Mr. Myers.
Thank you, sir. Miller Myers, I'm a resident of West Kendall. I was born in Miami, excuse me, and I remember when Maurice Ferre was mayor, and you're still looking good. You know, today you're going to vote on raising the tolls by 50%, the most ever in our county's history, by closing the system by adding 17 new gantries, by tying in with the Consumer Price Index to ensure continued toll increases, and just to make a little icing in the cake, you're going to round up to the highest nickel. I only have 3 minutes, so I want to attack this on two fronts. The first one, because we've been accused, I'm co-chair of rollbacktolls.com, and we've been accused of misinformation. I'm going to bounce this ball right back at you guys. You had 3 public hearings for this matter, and
4.
I need another 12 seconds, because, thank you. I recall 3, but thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let's talk about the 3 that I recalled. One was at FIU, near the Turnpike maybe, not really in the heart of 836 country. The second one was in Cutler Bay that I did attend. Is the mayor, I don't know if the mayor's still here, but Cutler Bay, as I recall, is nowhere near 836. And the third one I take particular affront and offense to. It was in the Salvation Army homeless shelter in the hood. One person attended who was a vendor. 836 has a Sofitel Hotel. It has Burger King. It has Blue Lagoon. It has plenty of places for the people traveling 836 to go to a meeting on 830 regarding 836. I think it's a shame that that wasn't accomplished. I think this board wants it both ways. They want to, on one hand, say they're informing the public, and then on the other hand, do exactly the opposite. The other area I want to attack is money. I read the articles in the Herald about some people are going to have toll decreases, 35 cents might go to 25 cents, blah, 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 blah. I was at the hearing when you guys debated this and the presentation was made. So let's get to the core, the nitty-gritty. And the nitty-gritty is you're going from 11 cents a mile to either 16 or 17 cents a mile. I haven't heard that yet today, but there was presented plenty then by the outsourced group that you paid a lot of money to. So the person that goes from the Turnpike over to downtown, 22 days a month, currently pays $870 a year in tolls. That's going to go to either $1,300 or $1,400 a year with a Sun Pass, without a Sun Pass, almost $3,000 a year just to take 836. Javier Rodriguez, you finished your remarks by saying this was not appropriate in 2010. I agree. This was not appropriate in 2012. I agree. Board, it's not appropriate today. Please do not vote this up. Thank you.
Mr. Angel Gonzalez. Dale Walker has given him his time, so you'll have 6 minutes, Mr. Gonzalez.
Thank you. My name is Angel Gonzalez. My home address is 7260 South Prestwick Place, Miami Lakes, Florida. I live in a section of the county, which is Miami Lakes, and fortunately, I don't have to travel these toll roads often. I try to avoid them as a plague because I hate paying tolls. There hasn't been one single speaker here today saying that they love to pay tolls. My main concern in all this is that we got to remember going back years and put it all into context. there were tolls going in and out of downtown Miami. And our mayor at the time of the county, Steve Clark, he said that he will knock down the westbound tolls in exchange for raising the tolls from 10 cents going in and out to 25 cents just going in, and that way it will eliminate the traffic, and there will never be additional toll increases or no more tolls erected in the 836 or the 112. Obviously, Mr. Clark has been cold for many years. He's not around anymore, and those promises have been broken over and over and over again. Government is relying on taxation without representation. None of you in this board is elected. None of you is accountable to the taxpayers, to the citizens of this county. We should have the opportunity to have those two proposals that you have up there, put it in the ballot. I challenge you to put it in the ballot and take it to the voters. Let the voters decide if we're willing to pay more in tolls. It is not our fault that when the MDX was created, it decided to forfeit the right to get our share from the tax revenues that we pay, all of us, every time we fill our gas tanks. Every time I put a gallon of gas in my tank, I pay over 50 cents between state, local, and federal taxes. To tie in this thing also to the Consumer Price Index, I got one little study that I did. I love to do studies, and Mr. Fernandez will know the one that I did about turning down Opalaca Airport a few years back into a commercial airport. This one, I picked a program on ABC 2020. It aired only about a week ago concerning about unsafe bridges and roads in the U.S. The particular bridge in question is in New York. We don't want to be New York, but let me tell you what's going on in New York. The bridge is called the Tappan Zee Bridge. It was built in 1955 at a cost of $60 million back then. When it was initially opened, there were no tolls on it. It was just right on it, no tolls at all. It didn't take long to say, well, we need maintenance in order to keep and upgrade the bridge, and they started 25 cents. Quickly moved to 50 cents, and then $1. And today, at the peak time going through that bridge in New York, the toll is $14. This is a slippery road that we're getting ourselves into. And this is what we need to avoid. We don't want to become New York or California. I did also the numbers, and my friend Carlos Abanca will tell me if I'm wrong. I went and got the $60 million and added 5% for inflation every year from 1960 to this year, 2013, increasing at 5%, and then the next year, that total, another 5%, and so on. And to replace that bridge today in $1955, it would cost, taking 5% into inflation, $968 million, which is almost $1 billion. Last week, the federal government gave the state of New York, out of all our pockets in taxes, a grant to the state of New York, not for $1 billion to build a bridge, no, for $5.4 billion to pay for a new bridge. In the meantime, the untold amount of millions of dollars that have been collected over the years have evaporated, and New York doesn't have the money. Why? Because that money is being used not for transportation or maintenance on the bridge, it's being used to fund bloated salaries and pensions and benefits to the so-called public servants that's supposed to be working for us, the taxpayers. This is exactly what's happening here. The MDX is an extra governmental agency. It's not elected. None of you are elected. None of you are accountable to the voters. Either put this resolution to the voters, or better yet, give the hot potato back to the county that decided to create you in order to eliminate the issue every time it came up. Take it to the county, and I would personally contact every single one of the commissioners, and I would ask him to vote no, because we're paying way too much in tolls. The gentleman that ceded his 3 minutes to me, he's a small businessman like I am. He runs the maintenance companies, and he was telling me that he's spending right now on his trucks running up and down the 836 and the 112 an average of $200 a month per truck. If the tolls increase even more, and not only that, he's going to be hit every time he goes in and out and any given exit, because we're trapped. You're going to get paid. You're going to get hit one way or the other. That is going to affect the small businesses even more. It's a matter of, going through the process. You heard what other speakers said here today, the amount of money being wasted on landscaping, on sophisticated palms. I could afford them and put them in my house, but as a taxpayer, I really hate to see all these vastly amount of money wasted on landscaping that, like somebody said, a hurricane comes and it gets blown away. Just to finish my thoughts, I also get a little bit offended when the lady that made the presentation, she refers to us as customers. Folks, we are not customers. We are the owners of these roads. These roads have been paid over and over, many times over, with our tax dollars. And again, it's something that we know that projects need to be created and roads to be widened, but we have to eliminate the waste, eliminate the amount of cost that is costing for administration. And this program, if the income comes in, additional income comes in, you will see that this MDX will go from a staff of 46 to probably 200. Thank you very much.
Ms. Caroline Baldilla.
Good afternoon. My name is Carol Ann Baldiga. I live at 13751 Southwest 71st Lane in Kendale Lakes. So I've been paying tolls for a long time. I've spent most of my career here for the past 40 years driving around Miami-Dade County, Broward County. I know a lot about the roads. And one of the points I want to make is that I agree that to maintain roads, we need to have funds sufficient to do that job. But living in West Dade and having to commute as I have throughout my career, I have found that most of the other folks that live on the east and in the south have over the years not paid the amount of tolls that those of us in West Dade have. So it looks good to me to see that those of you who live east are now getting into the toll business with us. But on the other hand, nothing is happening to alleviate the percentage or the amount that we pay. We don't feel that we should still be paying a slightly lower amount of money. We should be paying a good deal lower amount of money because we're going to be paying the further east we go anyway. It accumulates. And someone else mentioned earlier exactly how much that means to a person that has to commute for their business or for their work every day. I also disagree about the tying it to the consumer price index. Interestingly enough, when the consumer price index drops, will the tolls drop? Never happens. Never happens. I've lived in other places. I've lived in the Northeast. This doesn't happen. Tolls just increase, and somewhere there's a big cache of money, and it gets used for who knows what. Everybody knows this is how it works. I also am concerned that, I was very uncertain about what MDX was until this whole issue came up. Remember that why it was created and all, and I see all the signs and everything. I never realized that this was an appointed board. I don't know who this board reports to. So if I wanted to really complain, I can only complain to the people who are you. And I don't know where to go from there. Do I go to the mayor? If you, Mr. Frey, were the mayor and in charge, I'd say, okay, I would write a letter to the mayor. But you're the chair of the board, so it's a little different. Thank you. So what I would like to know is, what I would like to see you do is use native species that are more durable if we have a hurricane to reduce the cost of landscaping, and collaborate, as Mr. Rodriguez suggested, with those who are responsible for mass transit, because we will never build roads enough to get ourselves out of the traffic jam we're in now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Saldivar.
We have now Mr. Carlos Garcia, who has the time of Ted Baldiga, Margaret D., and Angra Garcia. So, Mr. Carlos Garcia, you have 12 minutes.
Welcome, Mr. Garcia.
Hello, Carlos Garcia from Rollback Tolls, 12762, 115 Terrace. And thank you for the time today. I want to thank, our followers. It's been almost 3 years since the creation of rollbacktolls.com. I'm just a guy that lives in Kendall. I have 3 kids. I have a business. I have employees. I have a lot of responsibilities. And people say to me, where do you find the time with 3 kids alone to do this? But And I say, you know, and it's a question I find myself asking, you know, myself sometimes, but is it worth it? Absolutely. 200% is it worth it? Yes. Because my group has been responsible for informing the public about the many things that go on in this room which no one knows about, okay? The fact that today the media is here through our efforts, that the public is speaking, because I've been to many MDX board meetings where it's been me. I'm sure you're all tired of seeing me, but I'm here all the time, you know, and I can tell you one thing, it's not the Carlos Garcia show anymore. It's a large group, and we're growing. And I want to be very clear that we will continue stronger day by day in an effort to inform the public about the things that this agency expects us to pay for and not inform us on. I want to defend a lot of the things because we've been accused of misinformation, okay? And I want to clarify a lot of things right now. I think my co-chair spoke to several things. When we say a 50% increase, I'm basing that on the October 2nd meeting, which I was here, and the chart was up on the screen. You selected column 2 and 4, either 16 cents or 17 cents. My elementary school math from Emerson Elementary tells me that if you go from 11 cents to 16 cents, that is a 47% increase. If you go to 17 cents, that is actually a 54% increase. That's factual. We've had a CPA and Miles Moss, a gentleman from the transit community, verify that. Okay. We're not spinning that. We're just saying it is what it is. Now, this agency has used words like adjustments, you know, instead of the reality, it is an increase. Why don't you just come out and say it? It's an increase. We want to let you know that starting July of this year, you're proposing increasing the rate for a non-SunPass user by 100%. How is that even legal? I want to know, okay? You're going to just arbitrarily raise the toll rate for our valuable tourists, people that come to this community, people that feed businesses in this community. Miami is a tourist-based economy, and you're going to impose a 100% toll rate increase on this. But you might as well put a sign at the entrance of I-95, do not come on the 836, do not travel south of Ives Dairy Road, because that's what's going to happen. We've been hearing from a lot of tourists, many tourists, and we feel that this is really unfair and unfavorable to the economic situation in Dade County. I know that you've talked a lot about, you know, that you're going to help, this is going to help the economy of Miami-Dade County. Well, the other side of that conversation is business owners that are here today that are actually going to be hurt by this toll rate increase, if you vote on it. Consumer price indexing for out-of-control toll rate increases, it should have been stopped on the Turnpike. We should have been out on the streets on the Turnpike. We've been out on the streets now because this agency was created to be responsive to the needs of Miami-Dade County. It was the basis for the foundation of this agency. FDOT, that managed a lot of the roads that are in your jurisdiction today, were out of the control of the toll payers here. The money was going out to Tallahassee and not coming back. So, you know, now we have Miami-Dade Expressway Authority, but we want a more responsive authority. We want to have a say in what actually goes on. Just for the fact that my SunPass is tied to a credit card doesn't mean that I give you the permission to tax me uncontrollably. That is something fundamentally wrong with the picture, and a lot of people here in the county have expressed that to us. I know you've said if you don't like paying tolls, Mr. Garcia, then don't take our roads. Well, like the gentleman said before, they're our roads. My mom, I remember as a kid, letting me put the dime in, roll down the window. That was my favorite thing to do over here by the Dolphin Stadium, by the Orange Bowl. You know, put the dime in, And I remember it being a dime, you know, and now we're approaching, with this toll rate increase, it's going to be, you know, $4.20 round trip and $8.40 for the poor person that doesn't have a sun pass or doesn't know and gets on this highway. It's really not fair. Rollback tolls has been successful in not too many things, but one thing has been informing the public and really taking a light and exposing, you know, what some consider a culture of secrecy here at this agency. We have been telling people through our website, our Facebook, our Twitter, and everything like that. And I know you have a very good website with information, but if nobody knows about it, nobody is going to go to the website. For you to expect somebody to know about a public hearing, it's on the website. Well, a lot of people don't know about the MDX website, and you know, we're trying to inform people about it. What we have seen is this agency do a lot of tolling and spending, and we believe that this rate increase is another toll and spend tactic that personally I am not comfortable with paying for. I think that people deserve to be further educated about this. I think that you're rushing this vote through, and it does not sit well with a lot of people in the community. I can tell you there's a lot of resentment. The people that didn't come here today but had voiced it. We have our online petition we have close to 1,400 signatures in a little under 60 days on there with barely any promotion on there. But we've been, you know, the media has been very favorable because they like to hear the other side of the story. You know, the fact that today an agency like this is allowed to go forward and move forward with these out-of-control toll rate increases is really, it's unbelievable. You know, none of us voted for you, really. You know, I mean, we have to remember that when people's property tax bills went up, just some years ago, the mayor of Miami was recalled. People that had it, they were fed up with it. People are getting fed up with MDX, okay? And I'm here to tell you that if you go ahead and do this vote, and you know, you may be doing it at the peril of this agency. Okay? Let me be very clear on that. I don't know what communications you have out in the community. I have been on the streets, literally on the streets, talking to people in their cars, passing out flyers. Come to our meeting. Go to the 19th meeting at MDX. You know, I've been out there sweating on the streets of Miami, on the 878, you know, passing out. We've passed out 1,200 flyers, you know, for our meeting on Monday night, for, you know, signing up to our website, signing the petition, things like that. And it's, you know, why does a guy in Kendall have to do that to get everybody to come to a meeting like this? It should be, you guys have all the money, all the resources, all the talent here. Why do I have to be the one, you know, to do it, and then the people that follow us? You know, basically what I want to say is don't increase, please don't do this toll rate increase right now. You know, federal government is in a sequester right now, first time in American history. People are still losing their houses. People are losing their jobs. We gave a ride to a gentleman today that lost his job, you know, and he wanted to come here and be heard, you know, and we're about that, you know, letting the people talk. But I want to know, you know, what MDX's plan is when the mass exodus of people on the 836 start taking roads here through Grapeland Heights, start taking roads through Little Havana and Doral and Fountain Blue and Allapattah and Overtown to avoid these tolls because they A, can't afford it, or B, refuse to. What is the contingency plan for that? I don't know. I haven't heard it. You know, and I spoke before the county commission, and it was, you know, an eye-opening thing. I wish there was a camera looking at the commissioners when I said, yeah, MDX planted 56 non-native $8,000 medjool trees. You know, people's eyes got the size of tennis balls on that commission. Okay, and I think that it's really uncalled for. A lot of people see that and they say, and they want a toll rate increase. This lush landscaping here that is so vulnerable to a hurricane, like was mentioned before, is non-native, when the state guideline clearly recommends native species, is terrible. You know, I'm not a landscape artist, but I think that it's very obvious that in the eyes of a lot of people, it's been a lot of wasteful spending. For you now, at this time, to come to the public and say, we want to increase the toll rate increase, the per mile toll rate increase, we want to double the non-sun pass rates, we want CPI indexing for uncontrolled future toll rate increases. That's going over like a lead balloon, let me tell you, right now. And I need for you to listen. You know, I don't want to be adversarial, but I need for you to understand and really feel this, because oftentimes, you know, people come here and they go, oh, Carlos, why do you waste your time? They're going to do whatever they're going to want to do. And that's, you know, I call me an idiot, you know, or a dreamer, but I believe that I can make a change, you know. And if it wasn't for that, we'd be still drinking tea and having crumpets for lunch, you know. And that's the bottom line, because people here in my group is all about change, and I want to ask you, please, hold off. The lady said 6 months. I think that's more than adequate time
Mr. Garcia.
to run an appropriate campaign. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia.
Mr. Barry White, and after Mr. Barry White, Doug Kowski.
Good evening. It is evening. Mr. Chairman, Board, thank you for this opportunity. I want to recall, I'm sorry, I'm president of CANT, Citizens Against Non-Concurrency Traffic. Our late president, David Lyons, passed away December 26th, and he always enjoyed coming here and venting. We enjoyed hearing him. The frequent user program was possibly his idea, and certainly he was a great advocate of it. And on behalf of David, I thank you for introducing that. I think it's going to be a valuable tool. I like the fact that even beyond what you, as I understand it, what you vote here, that's a system that can be massaged and adjusted and made exactly that, a good tool to encourage ridership, usership. I have a few points I want to make, and I might even ask for David's 3 minutes if I need it. The CPI, it's something I don't understand. Let's say we set the tolls day certain, okay, and they go on for a year or 2 years or whatever. Then we look at the CPI, and based on that, we adjust the tolls. Is that right? Well, I think the last time the CPI went down was in the 30s under Roosevelt. It doesn't go down. So anyone who advocates the CPI is saying, I advocate, let's see, over a 5-year period, at the current rate of the CPI increase, what is it, about 1.2, 1.3, and we like to shoot for 3, it used to be 3%. Well, what you're doing is locking in a guaranteed increase over a given period of time for yourself. And it's a hoax, really, because it's a feel-good thing, and the public, oh, look, they're going to adjust it based on the CPI. Well, terrific. The CPI is only going up. So, and you're guaranteeing yourself, what, a 5 to 10% increase over 5 years? So, I'm not the brightest guy in the world, but I don't understand that. I don't envy you guys your job. I'm going to take David's 3 minutes. Maurice can throw me out. Bottled it. There has to be a balance between what you can impose on the public reasonably and what it takes to operate, maintain, and grow the system. That has to be the matrix. So on the one hand, you have how much money are we squeezing out of the public to operate this operation? And the other is, how high is up? How fast do we have to reach that 800 million ideal system that we want? And that's the balance. And the question you must ask is, are we getting there too fast? How much can we really absorb? You have the authority, of course, you have to have the responsibility, but the revenue required in any given year should be frozen. That should be sacrosanct. Once you determine how much you need to operate the system, how much you need to maintain the system, and how much you need to grow the system, that should be done first. Then you work backwards to your ridership. And to me, to set the tolls on the new roads before they're operational, I don't understand that. You experienced a 14% increase, as I understand it, on 874, 878 when you opened that up. I don't think anybody really anticipated that. It would make sense to me, open up the toll roads, put a reasonable toll on there that people are comfortable with, and then after you see the operation, and then you can adjust it to how much money do we need reasonably to operate the system and how much can we impose on the public. That should be the matrix. That's where it should all be at. And by the way, I don't know if your internal financial system, meetings are open to the public also, but you might want to consider that, because what we're talking about here are things that should be philosophical approach that should be incorporated into the those committees, which the finance is probably what most people are interested in. So I guess my main message is you're putting the cart before the horse in establishing these rates before you know what the usage is going to be. You may want to adjust that, and there has to be a balance. You can only squeeze so much out of the public. Perception is reality. As others have said, there's a lot of negative perception. I'm not saying you might be getting a bum rap, but it's out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Barry. Next speaker.
Mr. Doug Kaskowski. And then Carlos Valdez.
Mr. Chairman, Board, glad to be with you, and thank you for listening to me.
Mr. Kaskowski, we need your name and address for the record.
Doug Kostowski. I live in Kendall, and I own a travel agency, Travel People, in Kendall also, for 35 years. And this afternoon, I'd like to advocate for a group of people who are not here, and those are the tourists. We all have some idea how important tourism is to our community. 1 million people a year come here just to take a cruise. Hundreds of thousands come for our events and conventions. Almost everybody participates in our roadways to get about. Many of them use Miami as a way to start their trip to go into the Keys. And I'd like to mention one of my clients and an adventure they had renting a car and driving to the Keys. They saw the signs along the way. You're on a toll road coming. You're on the toll road, more toll is coming. They were mystified that they never saw anybody collecting the toll. But they got their answer when they got home, because they received a bill on their American Express card for the tolls. 9 different tolls, $3.75. And in addition, a $25 service charge per toll because they did not have a Sun Pass. Grand total, listen, grand total, $228.75. They came back to me as their travel agent and say, what kind of a scam do you have running down there? I took it straight to the board. And when the board's report came back, Commissioner Bell, after 3 pages of legalese, it said no fraudulent or deceptive practice was observed in this particular contract. It is what it is. Well, what kind of a message does that send to tourists? It's one thing to know you're driving on a toll road, but it's difficult enough for us who live here to know how many tolls there are to pay and how you can pay them. And even though my wife and I have had sun passes from the beginning, we still, about once a quarter, receive some kind of a bill saying you didn't pay it or it wasn't working and you've got to pay this up or you'll never get a driver's license again and so forth. There's something out of control in this that just isn't right. And so again, for those people who are not here today, I ask for you to open your hearts and ears for them, our important tourists of South Florida. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kostowski.
Mr. Carlos Valdez, and then Ms. Laura Reynolds.
And as I understand, beyond that, we have 4 more speakers, right?
We have Ms. Reynolds, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman.
Your name and address for the record.
My name is Carlos Valdez. I run a company called Sierra Brokers off of 59th and 35th Avenue Northwest. I'm just here to plead for my employees' jobs. We currently have a staff of drivers under a dozen. We're operating at a loss now, which we're funding from other parts of our business. But if this increase does happen, we will have to lay off our drivers, and so we will have to go out and try to seek other people to do our work for us. And I'm just here simply on behalf of my employees to try to save their job. Thank you very much.
Mr. Valdez.
Ms. Laura Reynolds.
Thank you, members of the board. Laura Reynolds, representing the Tropical Audubon Society. I'm also a member of the board of the Everglades Coalition and the Everglades Advisory Council. I believe that I have a number of things to say, but I do want to remind you of a letter I wrote in January 27th to this board opposing the expansion outside the urban development boundary, the 836 expansion. So with that, know that, of course, we don't approve the tolls that would support that expansion. I think we need to move away from a car-centric society. We teamed up with the Florida Medical Association this year to kind of make the point that we're facing what I think is a health epidemic. We're in our cars too much. We need to figure out how to change that. And in our own comprehensive master plan in Dade County, starting in 2010, we approved an amendment through the evaluation appraisal report that added the use of toll monies collected for public transportation. So I would like to see tolls collected used to fix our transit problems. The only way to fix mobility in this city, in this county, is to start doing that. In order to, if you think building more roads is going to solve the problem, I have news for you. That's what we've been doing. It's not working. So my suggestion to this board is, and I do appreciate the work of rollback tolls. I want to acknowledge that and thank the mayor of Cutler Bay for coming to speak. But I think you do need to hold off because you don't have all the information. An EIS has not been completed yet on the environmental impacts. You don't have all the information on this to make this decision. And I think if you do vote to increase tolls, you should use it to support public transit. And consider the fact that we're spending billions to restore the Everglades. And this area in between the city, the green belt, so most people call it, I think it needs to stay there. If we put a road on top of it, we're going to end up promoting more sprawl, not investing in infill. And I think you need to consider that the actions here will influence us years down the road. So I urge you to hold off on this vote, listen to the people that are here today, make this a more public process, and consider using your toll money, whatever that may be, the total amount, a percentage of it on public transit. Thank you.
I'm going to call the next 3 speakers so that we can go a little quicker. Eric Braswell, then Celeste De Palma, and then Pam Gray. Please be ready to speak when the first speaker is over. Mr. Braswell.
Roswell, Eric H., 11979 Southwest 92nd Lane. Been residing since 1956. Just retired with the county after 33 years on the Seaport Department. Okay. Now, this is not a good idea. Reference the CPI. forget about it. Okay.
No, Mike.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. Forget about the CPI. 1/4 of the population of Miami-Dade County is at the poverty level. Okay? Not too many of them can afford to have a credit card or a bank account. Period. Okay, it's worse for them than the businessmen and the middle class and the retirees. Period. Forget about the toll of 112 and the other expressways. Instead, cooperate with your state and federal legislators and the U.S. transportation and get grant money from the federal government, okay? Secondly, put out municipal bonds, 30-year bonds. You could add like about 100 or 200 buses, the routes, the expressways, and that will maybe decrease the congestion. Forget about raising the 50% toll. Not too many people can afford it, much less the small businessmen and the workers. And not only that, the tourism, which is a multi-billion-dollar engine, much besides the seaport and the airport. You're going to drive them away. I have relatives, in-laws from Peru, and they were shocked. Period. I have cousins from Cartagena and Bogota, Colombia. They were shocked. You're discouraging them. Not only tourists, but people who conduct business with the various entities and cities and Miami-Dade government. All right, so put out the bonds. Raise the penny tax, make it a 2 or 3 penny tax. All right. The MDX, you have to be more accountable to us. Secondly, you put this to a voter referendum for we the people. Period. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Celeste Palm, Pam Gray, and then Brett Werner.
Good afternoon. Celeste Palma, 20301 Northeast 30th Avenue, Aventura, Florida. Thank you, first of all, for giving us the opportunity to come and speak on this issue. I actually have to apologize. I didn't dress accordingly because I just came from the Tamiami Trail ribbon cutting ceremony. So if you didn't know, today is a very important day for Everglades restoration. So that's, I'm here today because I'm concerned about the expansion on the 836 outside the UDB. And I think that it's time we start making some informed decisions. Without information, any decisions made to move forward with this expansion are rather premature. So I would think that before studies complete and before you have had the time for your staff to read over the analysis and for you to be able to have an informed idea of this project, that you should really hold off. And, nonetheless, here we are today talking about using tolls to fund this expansion instead of putting our dollars into providing a public transportation system as mandated by our comprehensive development master plan. We cannot build our way out of congestion. James Wolf, the Florida Department of Transportation District Secretary for Broward, actually said that existing highways have reached their full capacity and that, and I quote, "The answer is obviously transit. Adding lanes or expanding them will not solve our traffic issues, but support the poor planning models that have led to the dysfunctional and disconnected communities in all corners of Miami-Dade County. We need to start making our communities strong, functional, and connected by building transit for people that live out west to help them get to where they want to go in a timely fashion. Adding more roads or building express lanes just does not work. I can attest to that. I commute every single day from the northernmost city in Miami-Dade County to South Miami. I'm stuck in traffic every single day, either in the morning or in the afternoon. I just can't avoid it. And just the time to invest in a comprehensive transit system is now. As a matter of fact, I was at the 750 Summit recently, And renowned planner Andres Duani was saying that if we don't build Miami in a sustainable fashion and with a comprehensive system that's going to connect all of our transportation systems, we're going to be losing business and investment opportunities to the Caribbean, South America, Panama City, and South Texas over the next 50 years. So please think about moving forward and build public transportation system that works. Thank you so much.
Pam Gray, Brett Warner, and our last speaker, Tina Mincy.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Pamela Gray. I'm here from the Redlands Citizens Association representing their membership. I'm also their president. I'd like to further qualify. I used to serve on the Miami-Dade County Planning Advisory Board and did serve as their chair. Additionally, I've been serving on the Chrome Avenue South CAC since its inception. I'm not going to be redundant. Just about everything has already been put on the record that I wanted to say, and I keep checking off every time someone speaks. Even tourism was one of my things at the end, and that's been checked off, so I'm going to go to road concurrency. The issue I would like to address is the fact that people are avoiding tolls, and they've spoken here, and they're using alternative routes. From a planning perspective, it throws off traffic concurrency, and it throws off the usage and the rating of those roads. We have development coming in, and they're using a set of figures considering these toll roads, but people aren't using the toll road, so it's not an accurate number as to the actual usage of the roads. So it's a very complex planning problem. Mr. Rodriguez, I would suggest that the MDX does get involved with other traffic boards, because, you know, growing up from the city of Chicago and the suburbs, we had great benefit of great public transport. I could take the train from Highland Park to Chicago, into the Loop, no problem at all. We didn't have these tolls. On I-94, there was no toll system, just like on I-95. But, you know, if we're going to be a metropolitan city, we need to have a transportation plan in full scale with all the boards involved to get together and work together. And I'm sure you would realize, as some know, that I will vehemently address the expansion to Chrome Avenue or 836 anywhere outside the UDB at a later date. Thank you.
Mr. Brett Warner, and our last speaker, Tina Mincy.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Brett Werner. I live in Kings Creek, 7840 Camino Real. I am a small business owner. I provide customized lunches to schools throughout the county, and myself and my 2 employees find ourselves on these roads every day. Currently, personally, with my vehicle, I pay $1 as it is. We're looking at paying a proposed $2.10 per day. Those are amazing returns. It's really dramatic. It would have a huge impact on my business, my employees, and also the sponsorships that I give out to people that would like my service that can't necessarily afford it. With the rising gas prices and now tolls, there's little places to go. I'm not going to compromise on quality. There was a mention that improving the 12th Avenue, the 836 and 95. I am in huge favor of that. Every day I'm on 836 heading east, and I'll be in the left-hand lane. It gets congested, it gets backed up, and then you have people coming all the way over, and it's bumper cars. I asked you to take it a step further and just put cones in the middle, even before this project is enacted, to prevent people from darting all the way over, or, to do it in a safe, timely manner, as opposed to just waiting to the last minute and it happening that way. Additionally, mass transit, I think, is a huge benefit to everybody. I'm a single father. I want to save money any way I can and get to places I need to go. If it's going to cost me an extra $2, $3 to go to the beach with no alternative, that adds up over time. So I just ask you guys to please take it into account, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Warner.
Tina Mincy.
Ms. Mincy.
Hi, my name is Valentina Mincy. I live at 7455 Northwest 23rd Avenue in Liberty City. I work on 137th Avenue and 88th Street in North Kendall Drive. I lost my license to toll because sometimes I didn't know I was on toll and I was paying the toll. So I am very sleep deprived. I get up now 10 o'clock at night to be to work at 3 o'clock in the morning. And I get there at 1:30 because I have to be to work at 3 o'clock in the morning. I open up, I work at Einstein Bagel, I bake. I get there now at 1:30 in the morning and I have to wait. When I had my car, I leave at 1:30, so I'm very sleep deprived. And is there any way y'all can help me get my license back? Thank you.
All right.
That's our last speaker, Mr. Chair.
I want to, first of all, thank and take this opportunity on behalf of all of us that even though we don't agree, I want to tell you that I've always been very impressed by Carlos Garcia, rollback tolls, their dedication, their consistency, the fact that they don't miss a meeting, that they monitor everything, that they challenge everything. I also want to say that I was very, very impressed with many of the presentations today. Ms. Palms, Morales, Attar, Walker, Myers, Gonzalez, Valdivar, Barry White. I mean, there are a lot of well-thought-through statements that were, and I know they're heartfelt, and I know these are very difficult decisions that we have to make. But I just, I would be remiss as chair if I didn't recognize publicly all of the testimony that's been given to us. I was looking around as people spoke, and I was really impressed that everybody was listening very, very intently. So on behalf of all of us at MDX, thank you for your presentation. Now, do we need a motion on this, Pam? We do need a motion to close the public hearing. And get into the answers to all the things that have been presented. All right, there's a motion to close the public hearing, and it's been seconded. Is there further discussion on the motion to close the public hearing? If not, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Aye. So the public hearing is now closed. Now, Mr. Director.
Yes, sir.
I don't know how many notes you made, but I've got
8 pages
I've
worth.
got pages of notes of questions that have to be answered. So it's all your.
Yes.
Those of us that have made notes will, if you missed, yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, one of the things that kept being repeated, and I totally agree that the input from the public is valuable and significant. And I do appreciate rollback tolls, Mr. Garcia, Laura Reynolds, and the whole group. But one of the things that needs to be clarified, I think, right off the top, is the CPI increase. The policy that the board has adopted to either implement it or not implement it in the year that it would be implemented. So if you don't mind, Mr. Rodriguez, if we can just take that one right up.
So Mr. Rodriguez, begin with the issue of the CPI and then go systematically to all the other questions that are been raised.
Yeah, the issue of CPI originally was planned to be to start 1 year after we went live on closing the system of 836.112. Originally, it would start 1 year after, which was 2015. The board in the committee at Policy and Planning and Budget and Finance considered various alternatives. The alternative that's before the board is that they will consider CPI in 2018 the first time, and it's still the board's option. And the way that they described it is that it would not be cumulative. That would be the first time it would be considered. And at that time, the board would decide. And then if they decided not to implement it in 2018, if they decided not to implement it in 2019, then the policy says that by 2020, it would be implemented, and it would be implemented according to the CPI to the nearest nickel. That is what's before the board today. And then to address some of the questions, I think what I did is I wrote all the notes, and I think one of the issues that I want to address first is the issue of extending 836 out west. That project came up multiple times about the action, that we should delay that action on that extension. The extension of 836 out west is going to start an EIS process. It has not started an EIS process, so that's not what is before us now. None of the dollars that we're talking about here fund the construction, the design, or anything on that project. And I
Mr.
think
Director, a lot of people don't know what EIS means.
Environmental impact statement.
And you have to also explain that if the environmental impact statement and the study that we do on the environment does not work out, the project is dead. And if it does work out, we have a whole series of public hearings. We have to get permits. We have to get permission from all kinds of agencies of government. It has to go through the county commission. It has to go through the MPO. There are all kinds of things that would have to happen. And by the way, that I understand, tell me how much of these monies that would be raised today, if this thing goes through, would go towards that?
None, because the study is already funded in our current work plan. So that is it was $5.9 million that was awarded to a consultant to do an environmental impact statement to look at that Southwest
and that's by
extension.
increments. So in other words, we do a first portion. If that comes out negative and it doesn't work out, that's it.
Okay.
So in other words, we're not going to go spend all of that money at one time. This is over a 5-year period. And believe me, it's a very difficult road because it isn't only Barry White that's going to be involved. It's the Audubon Society. It's the Tropical Audubon Society. It's the Save the Everglades. It's the Everglades Foundation. Everybody's going to be involved. So this is a long, long process. What's the next issue?
The other topic that was brought up multiple times was tourist, and that the increase of toll by plate was going to affect the tourists directly. And Mr. Koskowski, I appreciate that you brought up the issue that occurred to the one vendor, because that was the impetus of making changes to the rental car company agreements that were doing that. And I would like Steve Andriuk, our toll director, to address the issue of how toll by plate would impact the tourist. How many tourists use our system? What percentages are we talking about? And how can a visitor to Miami-Dade County avoid any increase, any of the toll by plate charges, by how they're going to do that?
And would you also add to that whether that problem exists in Orlando with Disney World? Are there no tolls in Orlando, and how do they deal with it?
Mr. Chairman, board members, and speaking to the issue first, I guess, is I think the conversation or the statements that were made related to $228.75 was the bill. To a T, MDX only received the toll, and we only received the toll at the SunPass rate. All other fees and fines were imposed by whoever they rented the vehicle from. That was in their customer agreement. So, like anything, when you sign a document, take heed to the small print. And with any of these rental agencies, that's what we found. I had people calling me from several, I would say about 7 different of the rental car companies, major companies, giving me the information of what occurred. I've had people as far away as Michigan to Scandinavia who come here to participate in Miami's fun and light and going down to the Keys and everything, and they had the same issues when they rented the vehicles. I've given Sun Passes away to customers and explained to them all they need to do before they come in: sign up. Cost you $10, put $10 on your credit card. Now you're a Sun Pass customer. As soon as you get in, put your license plate that you have for your vehicle that you rented, give a subscription period of the date that you know exactly when the plane lands and when the plane leaves, and you give that time, you're a Sun Pass customer. From that point on, that's how everything will occur on your tolls. I think we've reached out to the Miami-Dade, Consumer Affairs offices, to the Tourist Bureau, and we welcome everybody to, we have this gentleman who was a tourist agent. They themselves can provide that information and let their customers know and provide a service that says, here is the best way to do it. I'm not in favor of letting the rental car companies get this information and this money, the $25 and so forth. I fought this all the way up to the Attorney General's office. So on behalf of the tourists, that's what we were doing. The other aspect of this toll by plate situation, we have, on what we can understand from our data, because it's not easy to understand all of the tourists, the majority of them come in, rent a vehicle. and they go to downtown, or like somebody mentioned, they go from downtown maybe down to the Keys. Out-of-state customers that we see from out-of-state plates is about 1%. So 1% of our customers are from out-of-state. Not many people drive because of gas prices and so forth from up north and come down just to go on vacation. Most people will fly in and rent a vehicle. Most people will fly in and take a taxi. Now that we've got the metro system to some extent, to some point, to get them closer downtown, that's another feasible solution that people are using today straight out of the airport. What were the other questions? That pretty much
Those were the
You didn't tell me about Orlando. Does Orlando have any?
Mr. Chairman, all of the cities in the state of Florida have impacts related to the rental car companies and their tolling, from Tampa to Orlando to Miami-Dade, et cetera, Fort Lauderdale.
And the state of Florida.
Yes, sir.
All right. Next issue?
The next issue, which has been brought up multiple times, was the landscaping cost. And I do want our Director of Engineering to explain again what the cost of landscaping was on 874 specific, how much the construction, what were the commitments, and I do not...
And keep it simple.
I do not shy away from that they're non-natives. That was the plan that was presented, that was the plan that was approved, that was the plan that was implemented, so...
Go ahead.
Yes, throughout the PD&E process from 2003 all the way through 2006, when we started that environmental impact statement on the 874 corridor, we made commitments to the public to landscape that corridor, very similar to what was planted out there, not specific to what type of trees were chosen. To discuss the actual costs that were implemented on the system, the total cost of construction was over $184 million in total construction cost. The MDX total percentage in landscaping was 2% of their total cost went to landscape that corridor as promised to the residents of that area through the EIS and public involvement process through that time period. As an overall perspective to the system, we do allocate budget of 1.5% of our total work program cost in construction to landscape our corridors and keep up with the board-approved aesthetics enhancements manual.
This went from 1.6 to 2? Is that what you're saying?
We went a little higher on the 874 corridor because that corridor had no landscaping at all, and we went...
And explain what an EIS agreement is. In other words, is there a public hearing and the community demands something, and was that demanded? Was that one of the things?
Yes, there was 3 outcomes that came out of the public hearing.
Okay.
And the board committed to, number 1 was landscaping, number 2 were noise walls, and number 3 was specifically engineering-related issues to the project. And
the noise walls.
Correct. All 3 commitments were made as part of the project, and landscaping was the final one. That's what was planted. And the total cost was 2% of the total construction cost of the entire corridor along 874.
No, ma'am, I'm sorry. See, the problem is that if I do that, if I let you do that, then I've got to let everybody else do that. 400,000 trees was... Speak to the specifics of how many trees there were. Why did you choose these large palm trees that cost $7,000 or whatever it is that they cost? And I mean, who made that decision and why? I think it's a fair question.
In working with our landscape architects that were in debate at the time about what type of trees we were going to choose, we actually made presentations to even our MDX operations committee and staff, and we selected these type of materials because of the look, because of and we actually planted a pilot project on 836 and 107th Avenue where there's about 10 medjool palms, and between staff and the board we agreed that this was a different and a very nice look to the corridor, and we went with this because of the cost, because we got a 50% savings of what those trees cost on the actual project, and that bid. It was a low bid that was won at 50% discount.
Alfred, is this different than other expressway authorities and other expressways in the country?
Not at all. In fact, the state of Florida and Secretary Pago's team has come down from Tallahassee, and they're looking to implement very similar landscaping projects throughout the state because of the way that our system looks, and and the way we maintain them also. There's been a change in the way we maintain landscaping for the better, and that's part of the project, and we can always come back to the board with that on a different day.
Chairman, may I ask staff something on this matter?
Please.
Alfred, isn't it, and I want to clarify this, when we went through this landscaping issue, it was a very hotly debated issue. If I recall specifically the vote on that, wasn't there a significant financial difference between between who won the project and who came in with the second lowest bid?
Yes, there was a 30% discount on the bid between the winner and the second place bidder.
And wasn't there also, if I recall, for the public to be aware of this, that we actually presented the bid that was bid to Manny for half of it to the second place bidder to see if they would match it, to split the work between the top two bidders, and they actually were not willing to accept that the difference in price because they could not reach that price. Is that correct as well? So, in fact, that landscaping bill was dramatically lower than any other landscaping bill bid we had received entirely, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
So, on the issue of legitimacy of MDX, I'm going to take that one on. MDX is a creature of the state of Florida. We are not a creation of Miami-Dade County. This is a state, an agency of the state. We were created by the state legislature and the governor of Florida 17 or whatever it was years ago, 18 years ago, and we started functioning 16 years ago. And it is within the bounds of state law to permit authorities to deal with expressways to exist. We're not the only one. There is an Orlando Expressway Authority. There is a Tampa Expressway Authority, and there are other authorities that, as we speak, are on their way to being created because there are a lot of people, including the Reason Foundation and many, many other. The Reason Foundation, for those of you that don't know, is a libertarian think tank, which this current governor and I happen to think make an awful lot of sense, even though I'm not a libertarian. But I think they make some very, very valid points. So we are a legitimate entity created by the state legislature. Now, with regards to the issue of taxation without representation, this is a republic, and a democratic republic functions, as we all know, where people are elected to make decisions, and in our case, we are appointed to make decisions by elected officials. So if you want to know who our boss is the governor of the state of Florida. And our boss is the county commission for those of us like me that were appointed by the county commission. So we do have a responsibility. We have a fiduciary responsibility to those that appointed us and they to those that elected them. But that's how a republic works. This is a republic. This is not a democracy. This is a democratic republic. And that's how it works. Now, with regards to the issue of tolls and abuse of tolls, Mr. Director, when was the last time that MDX increased a toll?
Yeah, and that was my next comment, and was about the cost of the toll, the rate per mile, and issue of rate per mile. The last time MDX increased tolls on the existing plazas that existed when we took over the system in 1996 was in 2005. That was an increase to the existing plazas, whether you were on
2005 is what, 8 years ago?
2005. When we did this workshop that I know Mr. Garcia attended and Mr. Myers attended and others attended, we used the rate per mile because that was the way that we explained the conversions on 874, 878, and 924. If we go back in time, what we did on those three expressways is that we took an existing plaza, for instance, on 874, a lot of folks are from South Dade. You paid $1 each way south of Killian Parkway. All we did back then was distribute that plaza over 3 gantries, and if a person made the entire trip, they're still paying $1. They pay that $1 today. It's exactly the same. Some people that only used 874 to get off at Killian Parkway only pay a quarter today. Others that paid nothing are paying something today. If you got on 874 off of the Turnpike and you wanted to go to US 1 using 878, you paid $1. If you do that today, that same trip costs you $1, but there was many people that didn't pay. That's why we use the rate per mile. On 836, the reason we're here today, a year plus before we go live, is because, yes, I'm smarter than a fifth grader. Yes, it is 50% if you look at the rate per mile. That's not the issue. The issue, though, the issue is that you couldn't distribute those tolls on 836 because you're talking apples and oranges. There are no tolls going westbound from I-95 to 87th Avenue. There are portions of 836 where people use it every day and never have paid a toll from the Palmetto to basically 27th Avenue. The issue wasn't that. The issue that I asked the question, and I've made the comment at the board meetings, is how many people, and the only way I could measure that, I can do it by traffic projections, or I can do it by measuring SunPass, clicks on the SunPass. How many people went from the Turnpike to downtown Miami and back in the same day, because I can measure it at 97th Avenue, at the wing at the Dolphins or Marlins Stadium, and then the return trip in the afternoon. What we found was that it was 8% of the trips. And that got me thinking of where it is. But as a traffic engineer, I knew where this comes from. A lot of the trips originate and use 836 to make short trips. They go from the Turnpike to the Palmetto and back. Or they use 836 in the morning and use some other way of commuting in the afternoon, depending on the situation. A lot of folks originate at the Palmetto just to terminate at the airport, or vice versa. A lot of folks originate in downtown and either go to the airport or go to the Palmetto. So it was a series of trips, which is why when we say a 50% increase on the rate per mile, that holds true for the person that makes the entire trip, which is why the board asked, is there anything you can do at the workshop back in October to lessen that? And that's where the discount program came in. And at that time, it was only for 836. In the subsequent meetings, now applies to everyone who uses any of MDX, and it doesn't really matter if you make the round trip in a particular day. So that is the other point that I wanted to make. It's not that I shy away from using the rate per mile today, is that the rate per mile only applies to the person that does the entire trip. And the rate per mile, it's in all of our documents.
Mr. Director, would you answer the question, which I think reoccurred many times, that we're rushing into this thing, that we're doing this in a sloppy manner, that there are many questions that need to be answered that you don't have the answers to. So how long have we been studying this? How many studies have we made, and how long has this been in the making?
The move towards open road tolling, the move to this last phase, as I said in my opening remarks, started in 2005 when the development of the master plan. At that time, the board of MDX decided that all movements were to be tolled, and it wasn't going to be done by a traditional cash toll plaza because it didn't make sense. We would do it using all electronic tolling. The first project that was implemented was extending 836 from the Turnpike West to 137th and introducing the new tolling point at 97th Avenue, all electronic.
Oh, Barry, don't leave, because I got one question that I'm going to ask the director that I want you to hear the answer to. Just one more. Go ahead, Mr.
So this has been ongoing since 2006. In 2007, when we did the extension, our remarks were, this isn't the end, this is the first piece of the puzzle. In 2010, we converted to 3 highways, and the majority of the questions that I would get is, what about 836 and 112? The answers were always, that's 2012. The board asked us to delay it for a variety of different reasons, and we're here today.
All right, so answer this question. We can't build enough road lanes to solve our problems. We have to really go into transit. So what is MDX doing to help future transit?
The MDX master plan, as I said, says connect the facilities, use the technology, the highest level of technology, to get the most throughput through your system, and then introduce transit. Like I said in my remarks, we're partnering with transit on 874 and 878 using the shoulder. On 836, we are actively working with Miami-Dade Transit to introduce an express bus service from West Dade into the intermodal center, and that is to go along 836.
And by using these managed lanes, which is the new thing that's coming all over the country, you see it at I-95 going north to Broward County, we will be able to cut the commute, I hope, in half. So in other words, instead of taking an hour and 20 minutes to go from West Kendall to downtown Miami, hopefully we'll be able to make that in 40 or 45 minutes. And that can happen if we have a guaranteed 55 miles an hour on those managed lanes, no stops.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, Mr. Director, would you please explain to the audience at large the partnership we have with FIU, the think tank studies for transportation, mass transportation and improvements?
Sure. And further to the transit, which would lead me to that partnership with the Lehman Center for Transportation Research, which is also a partnership with the Florida Department of Transportation. But as far as transit, other things we've done with transit, the Metro Rail extension from Arlington Heights into the Miami Intermodal Center is along MDX right-of-way, and we partnered with the Miami-Dade Transit so that they can have those easements at no cost as another government agency. We actually have done the studies on behalf of MDT for the express bus service on 836, and that leads me to Florida International University. We did develop a partnership with the university to look at alternate modes of transportation, linking FIU's main campus out west with their Biscayne campus, trying to use and maximize the use of the Miami Intermodal Center. There will be, according to FIU, 60,000 students that will be at FIU. And the concern at FIU was how can those students access the campus without having to drive. That was the impetus of partnering not only with us, but with Florida DOT and with Miami-Dade Transit to explore these options. I would love to see Metro Rail everywhere in Miami-Dade County.
All right, so now Mr. Gonzalez, Angel Gonzalez said that we're forfeiting our gas tax. Would you address that? Are we forfeiting our gas tax?
When we took over these facilities were funded. There was a toll that was collected on them. And we go back in time and remember what conditions the facilities were in. There was limited monies that were coming in. We did not forfeit the gasoline tax.
Are we forfeiting it today?
We do not get any gasoline tax. In fact,
does Miami-Dade County get its fair share?
Yes, it does.
Of gas taxes?
Miami-Dade County
District
itself,
6.
Florida Department of Transportation is allocated the federal gasoline tax and the state gasoline tax and the local option gas tax by formula, and they do get their fair share. And they're able to implement it. Like I said in my initial remarks, they've been able to focus it on a number of projects because they didn't have to focus it on the expressway system that MDX
We have here Secretary Gus Pago, who is the department, he's the state representative, he's the secretary for this district, and I would like for him to go on the record regarding our gas tax. Are we getting screwed out of our gas tax, or are we getting our fair share? Are we keeping up? Where is our gas tax?
Is it on? Okay. I think there are folks that will argue whether we get our fair share or not. It always seems like the number of projects, just like we're discussing today, that we would like to implement to deal with congestion in our community far exceeds the revenues available to implement them. That being said, the amount of funds distributed, state, federal, and local taxes are based on a formula of consumption and population. And based on that formula, I would say that the legislature has dictated through the process is how those funds are distributed back to the local communities throughout the state of Florida.
Well, Mr. Braswell said that we should get grant money. So why don't we go get grant money?
All of the, and that's a great question, and I wanted to respond to him because grant money is always available, and you have to make your projects eligible for federal funds. And one of the issues and one of the discussion points at MDX has always been when you do the environmental studies, if we don't collect federal taxes, then why should we follow a federal process? The board instructed us to follow federal processes to keep that option available so that if you can leverage the toll dollar with a federal grant to pursue it, and we have pursued federal grants in the past through the Tiger program and unfortunately have not been successful in partnering.
Mr. Braswell says, why don't we raise the penny tax? Why don't we raise the penny tax? 2 pennies. Why don't we raise 2 penny tax? Huh? That's a question to you.
There is a half-penny transportation tax that is passed, that is collected, and it is used for transit.
Yeah, I might remind you that when Alex Pinellas came up with the ideas which Mr. Braswell talked about, and others, that we would have a 1-cent sales tax for transportation and take the tolls away, it was defeated. The people of Miami-Dade County said no. So, you know, we've been through that. Now tell us about municipal bonds. Why don't we just put up municipal bonds?
We do issue municipal bonds, and they are backed by the toll revenue collected on the highway system.
Okay.
That's how we're funded.
So I don't mean to hog all this. So those of you that there were a lot of questions, go, Mr. Wortman, you're next.
Okay. A little follow-up, unless you want to go first.
No, Mr. Wortman, go ahead.
Okay. One of the things we're starting with is, or one of the main comments is, why...
Speak into the mic.
I'm sorry, there you go. Okay, why are we tolling for roads that are already paid for? And I remember partially answered here, and Mr. Pago or Javier, you know, you could either answer, were any 874, 878, 924, 112, or 836 paid for mostly by gas tax, property tax, sales tax, income tax, or was it a bond issue? Those were what?
There were bond issues.
Bond issue, which had to be paid back,
collected, right?
Including operations and maintenance.
And I may want to go back to a comment about why the tolls going westbound on 836 and State Road 112 were removed. And, you know, Secretary Pago and I can attest. The biggest argument against tolling for many, many years was that it was a barrier. It came to a stop, it stopped traffic, it added congestion. On 836 and 112, where the toll plazas were located, if you were going westbound, the backup went on to Interstate 95. Back in the day, the primary funding source for transportation was the federal gas tax. The funding was usually a 90%, 10% match. So anything that would put in jeopardy federal dollars, you would take action, which is why I believe they took the toll plaza, doubled it going east, and got rid of the plazas going west. All electronic tolling eliminates that. There is no backup under the. But
the question remains: we've already paid for these roads. Those roads exist. Why are you tolling them? In other words, why those are roads that were paid for by gasoline tax dollars in the past. They're paid for. So why are you tolling?
Actually, the second part of that was my question, was, and I think Steve said or Alfred, was that when we first built 874, when FDOT built 874, it was $37 million. And that road from the that was pretty much paid off, that one, 2 lanes each direction.
That road doesn't exist anymore.
That's exactly right. It's like when you buy a house and you have a wife and 1 kid, and all of a sudden you have 3 kids and you need a bigger house and you add on. You just have $184 million, you know, in improvements to that, including the noise barrier wall, shoulders, additional lanes, and everything else. The roads that are out there now are not the roads that were built and paid for many years ago. And unless we put a do not enter sign at the county, we have to take care, maintain, and improve. And the maintenance has gone up exponentially also on them. They only last so many years. So is that statement correct, that these are different roads that need the funding to have built and taken care of them? Or since we paid off the first part of the road, we don't have to do anything else?
These are quite different than they were originally constructed.
Okay.
Okay.
I have other things, but I'll wait till later.
Well, let's let everybody have a round, and then I'll come back to you. All right, Rick?
A couple of questions, and I'll be brief, not to monopolize the time either. Mr. Executive Director, anything that we do here today, would it preclude anyone from the audience, elected official, any citizen, anyone from Hong Kong, that may come up with an idea after we make this vote that would preclude them from being incorporated. We as a board, are we statutorily precluded from accepting any ideas, listening to any ideas? And I say that with the basis of some of the same things that I heard recurring here was the delay. And I think it's a very plausible idea, and I think it's something that we should be considered, but what consequences, that's a debate for a later time. But the question, just to reiterate, anything that we do today, does it preclude anyone in the future from bringing an idea that this board can consider to incorporate if it's a better idea?
No. Okay. Anybody can bring an idea.
Different question. One of the things that I heard also was, I heard the word culture of secrecy, and I heard that we don't have communication. So the communication seems to be a recurring theme. And I think, even from my own discussions, I attended some of the homeowner meetings in the community and so forth. So I heard that, from how have we handled this differently and what have we done, and I know it may be repetitive, but to really address and encourage participation and encourage, other than just our website, from some of the statements that were made, what have we done specifically to engage participation from the public?
We advertised the four workshops in multiple publications, including community newspapers, which we didn't do in the past. We send out email blasts. We send out notices. 3,500 email blasts to the email list that we have. We send out a notice through SunPass to SunPass customers.
How many?
We had, what's the volume of?
Their list, they cut off of how many we could send off. They set a maximum. As the board knows, we are at the mercy of SunPass.
So what is the maximum?
What was the number?
It was 8,500, and we targeted the zip codes that were closest to the roadways.
Correct. And then we put a flyer, we put an advertising in the newspaper that reached over 950,000 households. We did that as well.
Well, what is this culture of secrecy that he asked you about? What's that?
We've been on the radio advertising this meeting. I've discussed it with pretty much all the elected officials on the MPO, and many of them have forwarded the meeting notices to their constituency, the Florida Department of Transportation, Florida's Turnpike, and I applaud, and I will tell you, and I'll say this publicly because Carlos is here. I applaud Carlos. 3 years ago, they came to ask questions. I believe it was October of 2010, if I'm not mistaken, Carlos. And we spent 2.5 hours talking. And I will never forget the words I told you, and I think you got challenged by it. I've been doing project development my entire career. I've been going to public meetings my entire career. There's only two things that bring people out to public meetings: acquisition of their property or putting your hand in their pocket. And I spoke to apathy, and I said, help us. How do you get the word out? And that's how it started. And I applaud for the work you've done, and I've provided as much information as I can. But I don't understand how this isn't overflowing today. And that's a question that I have as well.
Okay, Gonzalo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would you, Mr. Director, would you go into some of the extra things that we've done in terms of the Road Ranger project and the SunPass to the public project that we had in several campaigns?
We've also, through the years, as far as Road Rangers, everyone knows we have.
Tell me what Road Rangers
Road
are.
Rangers is the roadside assistance, and it's a congestion
What's the
mitigation.
cost to the consumer? What's the cost to the person who gets Road Ranger assistance?
The person who gets the assistance doesn't pay anything. The toll payers on the system are supporting the Road Ranger program. Okay, so it's 24/7. As far as the SunPass.
How many people do they assist basically on a given week?
Mr. Lurigados, can you help on that one?
We typically do about 4,000 to 6,000 a month, depending on any given month. It really depends. So it's all typically 80% of our calls are motorist assistance calls, flat tires.
People run out of gas and they're in need of assistance, and there's no charge. It's 4,000 to 6,000 a month that we tend to in our roadways, right?
Yeah, those numbers fluctuate quite a bit, but yes.
Okay. What about the SunPass promotion system?
We for a number of years have tried to give SunPasses at different events, We've preloaded the sump passes with different amounts.
How many sump passes would you guess we have?
We have given away how many,
Since
Cindy?
2010, I would say maybe about 12,000.
12,000.
At different school campuses. I think the number's a little higher, but I can fairly say about 12,000.
12,000? Okay. Also, Mr. Director, since 2005, when we had this last toll increase, either to repair, to maintain, or to build, has the price of asphalt, concrete, or steel gone up?
In that area, we took advantage of the market going down and actually were able to build more projects during that time because we saw better pricing, and that's how we stretched our finances. I'll give one example, the airport entrance into the Central Boulevard going into the airport. The project cost estimate.
It's an MDX project.
Which is MDX partnering with Florida Department of Transportation on behalf of Miami-Dade County. The bid prices came in significant.
Is that road tolled? Is that
No,
road?
it's not tolled.
Explain what that road does to the airport.
It feeds from Lejeune Road into Miami International Airport's terminal. And Lejeune Road ties into State Road 112 and 836, which is why we were able to justify participating. And the capital program at the airport could not afford their 50% share, and we stepped in on behalf of the local government. The bid prices came in almost 40% below what our estimates were, and we were able to return money back to the state of Florida, and we were able to advance project on 836 going eastbound.
The cost of that project, how much?
The project is $43 million, 44. The Central Boulevard project.
We have pain. Somebody is telling me there's pain, so we have to take a break. And we have been now at this thing for 3 hours and 15 minutes, and we're going to take a 5-minute break so that we can relieve people's pain. And then we will start again. And Gonzalo, I will recognize you again for your other questions, and then Carlos. Okay, guys, let's take our back.
Look like it.
Okay. 5 minutes are up. Let's take your seats and let's go to work. All right, Gonzalo, I'm going to take you, and then Carlos is next.
I'm going to wait just a couple minutes. Everybody settle down, and we'll just...
All right, well then, what I'm going to do then, Gonzalo, since you want to wait, is I'm going to skip you for the moment and go to Carlos. I recognize you, sir, for your questions. Where's the director? Mr. Director.
Mr. Chairman, my question takes 2 seconds, and if you don't mind, I'll just go ahead. 1 second.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to finish my line of questioning. I've been corrected. We thought that the number was 12,000 some passes that we gave to the public. Cindy, what is the actual number?
Yes, I apologize for that. Prior to me starting here, that first conversion, there was 32,000 that had been sold at the discounted rate of $8.36 because of the brand new extension. So the total number since 2005-06 is about 47 to about 50,000.
50,000 some passes handed to the public. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. Carlos?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. First of all, I'm sorry that most of you that were here or have left, but I wanted to thank everyone in this room. It's always encouraging to see when citizens of this community take an interest in a subject and show up and make their voices known. That said, one of the basic principles and tenets of a relationship like the one the citizenship has to have with this group is the tenet of trust. We talked a lot about transparency here, and it's one of the issues that really concerns me. I volunteer for this board by appointment of the governor. I did not actually select to be on this board. I was selected, and I do not get paid 1 penny for participation, and none of my colleagues do as well. We come here with the best intentions, with our expertise, and we lay it on the line to try to arrive at logical solutions to problems with full
and absolute transparency. There isn't a subject matter in this agency that is not discussed in a public forum or available for you to see, check, recheck. Everything is in the open. The only exception to that is when we are involved in a legal matter, and for obvious reasons, those issues cannot be discussed in public. So the one thing I want, Javier, for the moment before I make my second request is, please explain one more time the principle of transparency and what exactly, when we hear someone say, things are going on that no one knows about, it is very, very troubling to me.
And if I may, you know, I've heard many of the comments that say that, you know, we need an external audit, you know, to see what we're doing. Every audit of the agency, since I've been at this agency, are posted online. Every financial...
And we do have external audits.
Absolutely. We are
every
obligated,
year, right?
Board members were
By law.
obligated, as you know, because we are publicly we purchase bonds in the open market, so we are obligated to have external audits, and they are all online. Every financial statement of the authority, every expense, and every budget is posted online. I also heard the comment that if we get this toll increase, this agency would balloon from 40 some odd people to 200 people. Well, when I took the agency, when I took control of the agency in 2007, before the extension of 836, Ms. Schaefer, what were our revenues and how many employees did we have? And this is prior to the extension of 836?
The extension of 836, essentially we were at roughly around 90 million in revenue, and we had 42 employees. We have 46 more employees today.
42. And how many employees do we have today, and what are our revenues today?
I'm sorry, let me repeat that. We had 42 employees back in 2007. We have 46 roughly today.
Correct. And our revenues increased to $122 million.
Our revenues after the conversion of the 3 expressways increased to $122 million, which is an 8% increase.
Okay, and where is that $122 million? Some people say, well, what do you do with that $122 million?
That was presented in the original presentation of how we spend our dollars.
So that's been clarified time and time again. All right, Carlos.
For those in the audience who are not familiar with the bonding process, and for those in the audience who are not familiar with the scrutiny that the bond goes through at the time it's made, offered to the investor community, and the investors make the decision to invest in those bonds, I can guarantee you that the level of scrutiny by the audit pales in comparison to the level of scrutiny made by the underwriters and the eventual investors in those bonds and how this agency is run. So I encourage you to do a little research on that so that you can see and feel a little more comfortable with how this agency operates, its transparency, and the level of scrutiny it receives at all levels of its financial dealings and other dealings in this community. Now, with that said, I would like to move that we end the process of the public.
No, we've already closed the public hearing, and what we're doing now is answering the questions that were asked, and Norman had one more question, and I have one more, and Alfredo has a question. So, Norman, since Alfredo has not spoken yet, I'm going to pass it to him.
I'll be very brief, but I've got a couple of questions. Number one, how do our rates now and after the increase compare to other expressway authorities?
We presented that in the workshop because we looked at it, and that was the basis of my conversation with Mr. Garcia about the rate per mile. We looked at the rate per mile, and we looked at where we would stand compared to other authorities in other urban areas, and it's actually towards the middle down. So it's not exorbitant compared to other urbanized areas.
And in terms of, we've heard the public say, why not defer this, why not study it further? We talked about the 4 public hearings. You talked about starting the process in 2010. How long has that all taken, particularly those 4 meetings? It's got to be around that 4 or 5 month period that we're talking about.
Correct.
And what are the effects of further delays in terms of...
In other words, why not delay it 6 months, as
and this goes
Carlos
back,
asked?
Yeah, this goes back to the comment that I think Board Member Guzman, as far as funding goes. When we sell bonds in the open market, we don't sell bonds for a specific project. We sell bonds to support the work plan. A work plan is a 5-year plan of projects in different phases, from planning to construction, that have begun or are ending or in different phases. So we finance, we go out to the market, and we don't borrow too early, And we don't want to go out and borrow too late because we want to maximize, number one, the money that we get and minimize the interest that we're going to pay. So when we go out to the market and borrow money, we borrow it based on what our expenditures are going to be on actual projects and paying down projects, maintaining the highways, renewing, replacing the assets over a period of time. When I say that we were able to push this action out 2 years is because we were able to stretch those dollars. These dollars come to an end towards the end of this calendar year. And the impacts of a delay will be real. We have a fiduciary responsibility to our bondholders.
What do you mean would be real?
The real is that we have a work program right now.
And we have to delay the work program?
We would have to come back to this board with a modified work program that maybe puts some projects on hold, will defer some projects, will reduce operating costs, because that is the reality. Our primary responsibility is to make principal and interest payments, and that's it. So there would be no additional projects.
All right, Al, any other questions? Al? All right, Carlos. Into the microphone.
Turn it on.
Debt service is also a real impact. And the reality is that the opportunity to seek financing for the future of this agency could not be better than today from a financial perspective. So, well, debt service is real simple. If you're living in a home that you signed a mortgage for and you're making the payment, that's debt service. And in our case, those bonds are the mortgage. We have essentially borrowed against that real property, which is the road and its tolling capacity. So if we delay this, we're only taking a risk of having to finance a larger number of debt for a much higher cost to the agency, which would be not only not prudent, but absolutely illogical.
All right, in deference to Carlos, who broke his heel and is here in pain, I think we need to, Norman, I think you had a question, and then I think we need to kind of wrap up a little bit.
Okay, I'll make a couple of comments and wrap it up, basically. Is the first person who says, was talked here with the mayor, Cutler, mentioned about in New Jersey and how much it costs on the tolls there.
Yeah.
Mr. Director, okay, what percentage in New York, New Jersey of the Port Authority, the revenue that they collected those bridges from $8 to $14 tolls goes to maintain the bridges versus goes to subsidize their transit system there? What percentage? 80% is
I don't know the specific number, but that is the biggest objection in the country for toll roads, and it's the diversion of funds. A toll road, a person who pays a toll wants to ensure that that money is going to the facility that they're paying. And everywhere around the country where that dollar has been diverted elsewhere, it has been a major, major problem.
And in MDX?
And at MDX, we don't divert those dollars. We keep them on the expressway. We partner with folks, and we try to leverage the dollars we have, because in a metropolitan, urbanized area like Miami-Dade County, no project really stands on its own. We're a system of roadways. We're a system of facilities that all interact. So it's easier to partner with the state and the county and the municipalities to provide transportation.
Is it fair to say that then we provide the foundation, the guideways, the right-of-ways, and the other parts for the transit for the now and in the future, especially while not supplying, becoming a tolling and funding source for the operations for those agencies, Miami-Dade Transit, et cetera. We assist them, but don't just divert huge funds. Our original
This board, when we did our master plan, agreed that we would participate in capital projects that would support transit, but not on the operational component. And that's just the policy of this board, or the direction of this board.
Let me wrap this part up now then, is that we support that, but one of our prime directives early on is we don't get involved in projects that do not pay for themselves and will not cause the ratepayers to be paying $6, $8, $10, $12, $14 for the same trip they're paying today. It's a minor compared to that. So to avoid that. Next part is, and final thing, delaying is destroying. As Mr. Guzman has mentioned, I use the term paralysis by over-analysis. We look at it, look at all angles, see what funds are available, what we have to do and why we were created. You know, we have to make some of the hard decisions and to move forward. If you look at sitting in traffic, burning fuel, you're supporting Venezuela, Saudi Arabia, and Iraq. Take the money, a little bit of that money, add it to the toll to building it using American workers, using American steel, American concrete. We're not going to move 1,000 miles faster, further, and make it a panacea, but we can make it less miserable and make sure that for freight and for critical traffic can move in this county. The price of doing nothing is paralysis and destruction of the county as a viable economic entity.
Thank you very much, Norman. Are there any other statements or questions before we get to resolution number 1304?
If I may, board members, because I think this went without saying, none of the projects that are in our work plan, none of the projects that were displayed today or have been in our plan for years are created by MDX out of the air. Every project is approved by the Metropolitan Planning Organization. It is publicly discussed.
It takes years and years of discussion.
Of discussion before they go into a work plan. So that I wanted to put for the record.
All right, what we have before us, ladies and gentlemen, is resolution number 13-04, which was co-endorsed by the Policy and Planning and Budget Committee, Planning, and separately by the Budget and Finance Committee. We have both of those chairs here. Is there a motion for the policy aspect of this? Moved by
me.
By Carlos. Is there a second? Second by Norman. So now we have a motion before us, which is 13-04, under discussion. I'm open. Anybody want to discuss it further? Please.
Javier, I had voted against this in the Budget and Finance Committee. Look, our infrastructure in America obviously needs updating. Our infrastructure in Miami needs updating. The issue that I have and I wrestle with is the immediate cost to the user. And fundamentally, I will tell you, I disagree with a CPI. I've seen government many times, and I'm not saying that's the case here, where the more money that's given to them, the fatter it gets. I mean, this is that's what I've seen. I've seen it in many municipalities where I practice, and so fundamentally, I have an issue with that. And believe me, I take great pains to, because I know the good work that we do here. So I struggle with how do we implement this? Look, ORT has to happen, and this happened years ago when Maritza was chair. I was later the chair. Tolls, the way that the tolls are collected currently, where you have toll workers, that's the thing of the past. I mean, so you need to modernize. I think the ORT provides a fair process. I just don't know if this is the most fair way to implement these rates. When you look at somebody who right now pays $1 to use the 112, what would that person, assuming they use the entire trip, Javier, what would that person be paying once this new policy is implemented?
The policy is different from the rates. So as far as the
policy
issue, I'm assuming the question is the rates.
But you were discussing both earlier. So
right.
As far as the rates, yeah.
I'm going to ask Carlos to answer that question specifically, because he was so articulate at the policy committee meeting as to why CPI is important from a banker's point of view, and why it makes this issue that if we go forward, so much stronger if we have that, and what it means in dollars and cents for the consumer, for the people who own these roads.
The key here is the ability of the agency to be able to establish a parameter that will adjust cash flow depending on the economic conditions and the current cost of money. And the problem that we have is that when you issue a bond, and you continue to service that debt, that debt service, has a higher cost as the future moves on. It's like anything in life. It's not as steady. When you buy a piece of grass, it doesn't stay the piece of grass. The grass grows, it moves, you got to mow it, you got to do all kinds of things to it. It's no different in economics and the cost of a dollar. So tying it, and while I understand perfectly your reservation, Felix, the issue is what other index is reliable enough to tie it to and that is representative enough of the general economy to adjust it. And we remember that the policy clearly states that we have the ability not to implement this at any time.
Carlos, but that's
But see, here's the catch-22. If not, you're going to have to constantly be revisiting, adjusting the value of your cash flow,
Carlos,
to a rating agency and to an underwriter.
Let him finish.
So there is, I understand the impact. I understand how long we argued and discussed this and thought it over. No matter what index you use, there has to be an index that adjusts the value of that dollar as the dollar increases, as the cost of that increases.
Carlos, there's no doubt that logically it makes sense what you're saying. But when you hear what the people are saying, you know, the underlying theme is, you know, trust, accountability, what's going on, where does the buck stop? You know, the buck stops here. It stops with this board for as far as, you know, the policies and how we regulate MDX. And I feel that if we need to adjust our rates because we need to pay debt service, then we do that. But to have it tied to some automatic trigger where we have...
Hold it. Let him finish.
We have it tied to an automatic trigger that yes, we could forego not implementing it in year 1 or year 2, but it'll come back in year 3. You got to take it. You know, I don't necessarily think that's very wise because there is a provision where it mandates.
Yes, I'm going to you. So Mr. Secretary Pago, I'd like to ask whether the state of Florida has in the Turnpike any indexing.
Yes.
And why is that?
The same reason is order to cover the increase, you know, everything goes up.
And who made that decision?
The legislature passed the ability for the Turnpike to have that CPI.
CPI. The legislature made that decision. The decision was made by the governor, by the Republican governor of the state of Florida by the name of Charlie Crist, and it was ratified by the Republican governor of the state of Florida named Rick Scott. So what is it? What's the issue?
May I ask a question?
I understand what the issue is. The issue is a philosophical problem with increasing any of these things. But the problem is, my good friend Felix, who I respect, and by the way, that lady over there was chair of this board for 3 years, and this is her work of 3 hard years of work. And that man's 2 hard years of work as chair to bring us to this point. In other words, we're here today because she worked diligently and he worked diligently, and now, well, I don't know what's going on.
May I ask, have we ever attached any of our tolls to the CPI before?
Have we what?
No, we've never had. We've done fairly well, and we're in the black across the board, correct? So we're able to accomplish what we need to accomplish in that way.
We're one of the few agencies.
Carlos, I've had this position from day one, so this is not new to anybody on this board. So I'm being consistent. That's why I had the simple question.
Okay, further discussion.
You know, this may be a philosophical disagreement.
Point of clarification.
I was present at both meetings, and the date for putting in the CPI was changed from 2018 to 2017, and I heard the executive director say 2018. So I just want...
Fiscal year 2018, which begins July 1st.
Okay, because here it says 2017. I just wanted to make that point of clarification.
It's a point of transparency. Fiscal year 2018
exactly.
begins on July 1st of 2017, and it ends on June 30th of 2018.
All right, wait a minute. There's a clarification. Now Jose, who has not spoken.
Mr. Director, would you be so kind as to reiterate what you said earlier? Would you be so kind as to reiterate what you said earlier regarding CPI, to your point, one more time? When we are going to consider it, we have an obligation or a chance to ratify or not ratify?
As the toll policy reads, okay, in July 1st of 2017, the board will consider CPI. The CPI will be applied annually unless 2/3 of the MDX board votes not to implement the CPI for the current fiscal year and determines to defer application of the CPI to subsequent fiscal years. However, toll rate adjustments for inflation under this subsection will be made effective no less frequently than once every 3 years, and when implemented, shall reflect the cumulative annual changes resulting from the annual application of the index rounded up to the nearest nickel. So, in 2017, the board has the ability by 2/3 vote to defer it. In 2018, they have the ability to defer it, but by the third year, which would be fiscal year 20, starting in July 1st of 2019, it would have to happen. Correct, every 3 years. Correct.
Mr. Chair.
Further questions? Yes, ma'am.
And at the risk of, parsing the words a little bit, but I wanted to be clear in reading what is in the policy. It does start out saying that a CPI adjustment will be applied to system-wide toll rates on July 1, 2017. The 2/3 vote to not implement it on a yearly basis kicks in, it says thereafter. So the way the policy is currently written that's before you, there would be a CPI adjustment that would go into effect July 1, 2017.
Okay. Further questions? Further statements? Are we ready? Yes, Norman.
One thing, we rounded up to the nearest nickel.
Yes.
The Turnpike rounds it up to the nearest quarter, right? Correct?
Yes, that's correct.
To the nearest quarter. So when we discussed this, we were actually kinder and tighter with it. Okay, so rounding up to nearest nickels a lot better for the average user than rounding it up to the nearest quarter.
Further discussion?
Be kind to our floor.
Further discussion?
Thank you.
If not, I assume that we're ready for a vote. So I will ask for, I guess let's do it by voice vote, and then we go to a roll call.
I would ask for a roll call vote.
We're going to have a roll call vote. But first we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
Okay, so call the roll.
Mr. Fernandez Guzman?
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez?
Yes.
Ms. Gutierrez? Mr. Evia?
Yes.
Mr. Holland?
Yes.
Mr. Lazarte? Mr. Martinez?
No.
Mr. Sanabria? Mr. Rodriguez Pina?
Yes.
Mr. Wortman?
Yes.
Secretary Pago? Vice Chair Fano? Correct.
We're now on Resolution 1315. Approval of the proposed open road tolling rates for 112 and 836. This is the main event. All right. So it's open for questions first and then discussion. Any questions? Is there a motion then?
I'll make that motion.
All right, Mr. Wortman makes the motion. Is there a second? Carlos, you seconded. Jose seconded it. We have a motion before us, and it is open for discussion or statements. I have a long speech, but I'll save it if you...
I'd like to speak on this item, Chair. I think it's important what it is that we're doing today, and I think it's also much more important that we drive this issue with a very delicate balance. And the delicate balance is, you're right, the community is hurting. And each of us here also ride these expressways, and the decision that we're going to be making is also going to hurt us. So with that, what's on the table before us, I think we need to go back and reconsider the position of the actual toll. So it isn't that we're doubling the toll. In essence, if you're traveling on 836 and you're going east, right now, if you pay the toll on 97, you pay 75 cents. If you pay the toll at 17, you pay $1. I think it would only be fair and just, given that we now have other gantries in the middle, to capture those riders that currently are using the system but are not paying, that what we do is that we equalize that ride by maintaining the rate that we currently have today, not increasing it by any sheer number, but dividing it within the 3 gantries that really are going to exist there. So it goes back to, let's say the person that now is at 17, that they're paying $1, they would end up paying 60 cents. So in essence, they're getting a reduction.
So we need to know what the impact of that is.
Right. So in other words, we're then going to 60 cents instead of that 70 cents that we were talking about. They would go to 60 cents.
In that one location?
On that location, but the
Alone.
same thing would occur also on 97th. So those individuals that are now paying 75 cents, the ride going east, would then be paying 60 cents. And the same thing would occur in the other 2 gantries. It would be divided 30 and 30.
So what is the impact of that, Mr.
The impact is we would not be collecting 210. We would be back to collecting 175, which is the same thing that we're collecting. It's just divided among the 3.
But see, what that does, and I think you need to explain what that does to then the work program.
Yeah, I need to understand, you're talking about the eastbound?
I'm talking
trip.
about the eastbound
So the
trip.
eastbound right now pays 75 cents at 97th Avenue, and then pays $1 at the wing.
At the wing, correct.
At the 17th Avenue. And your proposal is that each one of those gantries go down to 60 cents?
Correct.
And the proposed new location between 72nd and 57th also go to 80 cent, to 60 cents?
Correct.
So
It
then
gets
that trip would be $1.80 instead of $1.75 under that proposal?
Correct.
Okay.
Because if you actually divide in 3 equal parts,
Yeah,
it's a weird number, and
yeah.
I know you have to
Because
round
of
up
the
to the
five.
nearest.
So the impact of that is that it's neutral.
That it's neutral. We do not increase.
Is that correct?
We
For
do not
eastbound.
increase.
For eastbound.
Eastbound.
And Ms.
But
Schaefer?
it's neutral, is that correct, Ms. Schaefer?
Well, we would have to run the numbers completely, and we have...
Well, I thought you said you had run all these all different alternatives.
We did, but the alternative that she's proposing is only eastbound.
Can we understand the westbound location?
We can tell you.
What happens on the westbound?
What happens is, we know that we've always talked about open road tolling is equalizing the system. So everybody that is riding is paying their fair share. The other side has never had a toll. Those are the 3 new tolling points, or 2 new tolling points that really are coming into play. So the question is, those would also be the same amount. They would be impact the same amount that the people that are now paying going east. So the 2 new tolls would then be 60 cents.
So the proposal would be 60 cents going westbound at each gantry as well?
Correct. See, the benefit is,
And west.
yes, because it's 2 different rows, 2 different areas.
You have
I
that.
may only take it going east, I may not take it west, I may take it west, but I'm using the system and I'm not paying for it.
All right, but Maritza, we need to know exactly what the impact of that is.
That was actually option 1. We presented 5 options to the board back in October. That was the first option, which was 60 cents on each of the mainline gantries going east and westbound.
All right, so by reducing it 10 cents, in effect, we're doing what?
Essentially, a round trip for a customer would be $3.60, and somebody coming from the Palmetto Expressway to I-95 would be $2.40, and somebody coming off the Turnpike to 26 would be $1.20. They would see a savings on that. Essentially, the bonding capacity of that would be $360 million.
Versus what
Versus
on the motion?
Versus 479.
So in effect, we're giving up, by doing this, we're giving up
$100 million difference.
$119 million. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So what projects would you take then off the list?
I wouldn't go back and now cherry pick what I would take out or what I would. I would have to look I would want staff to go back and recommend what would be the most appropriate programs to actually put in. The key that I'm focusing on is something that is fair, something that is achievable, and we're not driving at 85 miles an hour, that we keep driving at 55 miles an hour by keeping that eastbound at the same rate that we have.
Well,
everyone knew that we were coming with electronic tolling. Everybody knows and understands what equitable tolling is.
Yeah.
You ride and you pay for what you use, but I have the option of whether I want to pay or not. And if I choose to ride it, then I pay.
All right. Maritza, here's the chairs, and Pam, you'll have to help me with this. There is a motion that was made, and it came from the committee. The committee chairman is here. That motion was voted on unanimously. You were not on that committee, and you did not vote, and I understand that. It was not unanimous. You voted against it. That's right. So there was one vote against it. The rest of us voted for it. So that is technically what is before us. Now, it seems to me that that's why.
Chair, I'm asking for a friendly amendment.
I understand.
For consideration.
But
even if it is not friendly, I believe it is friendly.
I understand what you're saying, but this is what I, as chair, here's my position. We have committee functions. Okay, I understand the harshness and the pain of anything that we're going to do, but this was thoroughly discussed at that committee, and it passed with the exception of one vote. For us to cut $119 million, in my opinion, and I'm going to ask the executive director. And I was hoping Carlos, to spare you my little speech, and I apologize that now I guess I'm going to have to make my little speech. And so I'm going to, if you don't mind, just hear me through. I serve in the Florida Transportation Commission, which is where the governor that appointed you asked me to serve. I'm the only Democrat on that board, and believe me, it's an amazing experience. Now, 2 weeks ago we had a meeting, and here's what they gave us. It says transportation issues for 2013 for discussion during the January 24th FTC workshop. This comes from the governor's office, and this is the department's position. Okay. We need to think of transportation services more like a utility provider. Hello. In other words, this is like consuming water. It's a service and will result in an associated utility charge. They're saying that we have to look at transportation as a service which has to be paid for. And then they go on, they say, using the utility model, says the Republican governor of the state of Florida, and by the way, 30 other Republican governors are doing the same thing around the state, begin to categorize costs as fixed or variable based on selected unit of service. Consider options for something like a utility, consumer service, and a demand fee. And then it says, discuss legislative actions needed to implement. New thinking and action is required. Now, why is new thinking and action required? Here's what it is. You know what? There's no money. There's no money. There's no money in Tallahassee. There's no money in Washington. There's no money anywhere. And here's the way it says, transportation revenue alternatives, okay? Since 2006, the Revenue Estimate Conference has decreased transportation revenue receipts in the state of Florida by $8.3 billion. The department has had to defer $11.6 billion of infrastructure projects, which affects our secretary and the work that he does and the terrible conditions of roads that we have. Now it says that it's going to get worse because by the year 2016, this is 2013, that's in 3 years, the average of cars in gasoline consumption is 35 miles to the gallon. I think that's great. But guess what? The gas money that we get from Washington is not on a percentage basis. It's on a fixed basis. So here's what happens. Here's the curve. Here's what we've been getting. It's flat. It's flat. We haven't been getting any additional money. And guess what happens to Miami-Dade County? See, and here's what's happening on the fuel consumption in Florida. It's going flat. So here's what happens. Okay? Here's the total budget for the state of Florida for transportation. This includes federal funding. And here's what it is. Now I got to put my glasses on. Now I was very proud that I didn't have to wear any glasses up until now, but now I do. The total work program is this is for the next 5 years for the state of Florida, $36.4 billion. You say that's a lot of money. From the federal government, we get $10,766 million out of that. And so here's what happens. In the next 5 years, for the almost 20 million people that live in Florida, for product, we have $25 billion. Now, guess what happens to Miami-Dade County? Here's what happens to Miami-Dade County. Here's what he has to do the next 5 years. Look at the projects he has. He has a project, he's got $1,917 million in construction. For 5 years, $1,917 for 2.5 million people and 13 million people that come visit us. And here's what happens. Here's projects. Chrome Avenue, that's one. And it goes on and on and on. And then it goes South Florida Regional Express Lanes Network. And by the way, they're taking the money they're making here and putting it into Broward County. I know you're not supposed to know that or say that, but that's the way it is. And the next project, this is in the 5-year, is the 57th Avenue corridor, and then finishing the McPort project, and that's it. The rest of it is Monroe County. That's what we have in 5 years. Hello? We're in trouble. We're in trouble, and I know that this is a very painful thing, but here's my ruling.
May I respond a little bit, Your Honor, Mr.
No,
Your Honor, that was a good one. I was going to ask, so I need to be clear.
Well, yeah, we can get into discussion, but here's the ruling that I'm going to make.
Very well.
Pam, you tell me if I'm going to ask for, after all the discussion, and you recognize all of you to speak, to vote on the issue before us. And if that goes down, then I'll recognize you to make another motion.
The one, if I may.
Yes, sir, I recognize you.
You presented some very compelling numbers relating to projects that are coming forward and why we need these fundings. But the number that hits me is very simply in the report we have here from the CPI. 2005, the average home in Miami, Florida was $297,000 a year. 2011, that same average is $202,000. For us to now not take that into consideration is just ignoring the fact that our dollars in this county have dramatically decreased. While everything else has gone up in price, the net value of every individual in this county has been affected. For us to not take into consideration, perhaps taking the approach that Ms. Gutierrez brought forth, is being sensitive to the fact that we're not in the position that maybe we can't do every project, which is, by the way, the same position I took in October as well. So those numbers are extremely compelling about all the projects we wish to do, but sometimes, just like, let me make it really clear, I'm all about in support of the theory of sequestering. If there are less dollars, you just do less projects. My business has had to take a hit. I'm sure everyone here who has a small business has had to take a hit because there are a lot of things I would have liked to have done that I simply couldn't have done. And that is the way we do it. And for us to pretend that that's not occurring is, I think, not taking that into consideration. I'm not saying, and that's just my opinion.
We need your microphone.
We're still increasing, they are taking it, we're going, our, whether it's the owners of the business, as one of our constituents said, or our clients, because either way, if anyone knows anything about business, the most respected person I respect most of all are my clients. They're going to take a hit because they're going to be paying on one side of this, on the expressways, no matter what we do. Because we all agree that there needs to be a fairness here. So the difference is whether it's one amount that's going to hurt or a larger amount that's going to hurt. And it depends on your philosophies and on how to approach it. Do you want to do it a little bit at a time, or do you want to take the Band-Aid off in one full swoop? And I think there is a compromise somewhere in between. But Chairman, if you'd like to take a roll call vote to see if the numbers are there, then we go from there.
Shelley?
Thank you, Chair Furry. I just would like to recall everybody's memory that you said everybody, all of us on the board, were paying attention to everything everybody was saying. And I think that is very important. And when we had our meeting of policy and procedure and budget and finance last week, we hadn't heard the public comment. So I don't think it's fair for us to make a decision on something that was voted on, and I go back and say I did not vote because I wanted to hear what public comment was, to base it on what the committee voted on, because we had not heard public comment. Thank you, sir.
Anybody else? Well, I think we have a motion on the floor. Felix?
Just a question over here, because, the 112 is just a simple expressway, right? You could just answer the question, which I guess I must have asked out of turn originally. What are we proposing on the 112? Right now, you pay $1. If you're going from Okeechobee Road in Hialeah, I'm very familiar with the area, and you jump in, and you go travel east to I-95, I pay, $1?
Right now, you pay $1 as you get towards I-95.
Okay, so then, and what is it that we're proposing to charge now?
Proposal before you is selected 70 cents on 836. In order to match the portion of 836 between the June and 25, then each gantry at 112 would be 35 cents. So the round trip would be $1.40. $1.40.
And that would be in line with that. Well, that's under the current proposal. That's not under the proposal.
If the mainline rate is 60 cents on the Dolphin, then the gantries on 112 would be 30 cents each, and 35 cents.
Further questions? All right. If not, we're ready for a vote. Let's have a roll call on this.
Mr. Fernandez Guzman.
Aye.
Mr. Gonzalez. Ms. Gutierrez. Heredia. Mr. Holland.
Yes.
Mr. Lazarte.
No.
Mr. Martinez.
No.
Mr. Sanabria. Mr. Rodriguez Pena. Mr. Wortman.
Yes.
Secretary Pago. Vice Chair Fano. Chair Ferre.
I vote yes. And is Robert?
Mr. Holland, are you on the line?
I said yes. Can you hear me?
We didn't hear your vote, sir.
I said yes. Can you hear me?
Hear you.
Thank you.
Country could hear you.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. We heard you.
Oh, okay.
The motion passes 7-6. There you have it.
There it is.
You know what? We could have been at least more fair and balanced, because we are gaining a toll on the other side. We are gaining a toll. And we could have taken this walk a little slower. It's okay. It's okay that the unanimous wins, but I think we could have been at least more fair and just.
Well, okay, so here is my position. I don't like 7-6 votes, because that shows that we have a divided board here. So I really think that we need to study this, and even though this is a passed motion, I want I would like to, in fairness, and I'm sorry, Javier, to do this to you, but I think we have to. I want to continue. No, I don't want to revisit. I want to continue this public hearing, and to the next board meeting, and you come back with further thoughts. Parliamentary procedure means that at the next meeting, someone on the prevailing side can bring up the issue for reconsideration.
The thing about Robert's Rule of Order is that reconsideration can only be brought up by those that are on the winning side. So today we must use the dais to convince those that did not vote with us to join us. Join us on being fair and just to the other board members, maybe to the other two that are next to us.
Mr. Ferrer?
Yes,
Chairman
go ahead.
I don't want to leave this with the impression that we're not being fair, and that's just not correct. So we put a lot of effort into analyzing all of this. We're now making a decision. I was one of the prevailing votes. I will gladly revisit once I have empirical data as to what the impact of this will be, and I have had an opportunity as a vote to understand this. I cannot understand exactly what the impact will be in a last-minute decision. I am very sorry.
Precisely.
So I would prefer, and I will gladly.
As chair, I would request that we give the administration an opportunity to react and give us hard numbers. And if
you'd like to relegate this to a budget and finance analysis,
yes,
we'll come back to you, Mr. Chairman, with the exact numbers.
I think that's a perfectly reasonable request that Javier work with the Budget and Finance Committee and then come back through the Budget and Finance with a recommendation. But as of now, we have a motion that has passed 7-6. Right.
Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Chair, if I could clarify, because I need to clarify the direction. The motion on the floor that carried 7-6 was the 70 cents.
Sir, it is resolution number 13-005, approval of proposed open road tolling rates for SR 112 and SR 836 endorsed by the Budget and Finance Committee on 3/7/13. That's what passed.
So the analysis that you will like from us is the fiscal impact of the proposed
option. But let me say this: no matter what action is taken, the action that we have decided as a board is to increase these tolls. So the fairness of it is as to the amount. So let's analyze what the impact of that is on the current work plan and what projects can be, if you will, delayed or eliminated from that work plan, but in an orderly fashion as all the committees that participated and in an environment that allows for that analysis to be completed before we make a decision.
Mr. Chairman, I want to make an observation, and I appreciate Mr. Guzman characterizing it in the kind of fairness issue, and I think it's we have to look at the numbers, and I think you've eloquently said that. I think clearly by the decision today, I think we are struggling just like the community, and I think it is indicative. I love democracy, and even if I'm on the losing side or winning side, it's irrelevant. We're here to protect the public's interest, and we are the public too. So I think the message that we're sending is a great message. That is that we amongst ourselves struggle to do the right thing, and it's from taking care of the fiduciary responsibility of the public, as well as being sensitive to our current market conditions, our property values, and all the other comments that were made, that there's a lot of people suffering. As a new board member, I can tell you I've attended a couple of homeowners meetings, met with commissioners, and read a heck of a lot to make this decision today, and I can tell you that there's a lot of pain out there. There's a lot of pain out there, and I know this is a difficult decision for all of us on this board. It is definitely one that I lost sleep over last night, and I think it is great what we're doing, and I strongly, as a member of the Budget and Finance Committee, would definitely agree with Mr. Guzman. Let's look at the numbers, and if there's an opportunity to revisit that, someone from the prevailing side makes that recommendation. That is the beauty of democracy. But I think the message that we're sending the community is we are really trying to do the best that we can, and it's clear from our vote today.
Is there anything else to come up before this? I just want to thank every single person that's struggled and worked with this. This is not an easy vote. I want to tell you that I've been in public service I've served 30 years, and I've had a lot of public hearings. in my lifetime, and I've never had a harder decision than this one. So thank you all for your yeoman deliberation, work, and concern, and public service. And to those of you that are skeptics, I want to tell you that I serve on this board. Nobody here is paid a single cent. And every time we come here, the attorney asks us if we have any conflict. And if we were to say we have a conflict, serious, and if we don't, if we vote and if we participate, that's a criminal act. So we take our business very seriously. And I want to tell you that every single member of this board, in my opinion, are hardworking, diligent, dedicated, non-paid, non-elected public servants. And we're toll payers. And lastly, I want to say, I want to go out of my way to recognize our executive director, who really puts. I've worked with many city managers and county managers, and I've never seen someone who puts his heart into his job more than Javier Rodriguez. And if we did not have a good board, I want to tell you, Javier Rodriguez, he's had a lot of job offers to go elsewhere and make more money, and he hasn't done it. And I think we all really have a very serious debt of gratitude to Javier, and that goes for Alfred and for Steve and for Pam and for Marie and for Helen and for everyone, all 46 employees of MDX. So to each and every one of you, Cindy, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to skip you. Tere, Garcia, everyone who's worked so diligently, and all the people that are our consultants and work hard. So thank you very much, and good night.
Move to adjourn.
Move to adjourn, yeah.
Move to adjourn. Adjourn.
Second. Hold the second, and we stand adjourned.